session. May be seated. Silence all cell phones.
Your Honor, good morning. We're back on the record with the case on trial.
Good morning to all.
Good morning, Your
Are there things we need to discuss before we bring the jury in?
Just one, Judge. There's a couple of things at some point we need to discuss today, but only one before bringing the jury in. And I did speak to defense counsel about this morning. With Michael Hawkins, who's going to be one of the witnesses this morning, I do expect that he would, if the court allows it, testify in connection with, we did that motion in limine with regard to Michael Hawkins, where the court said that he could say that Mr. Fowler told him that he thought Ms. Church was poisoning him. He was also ill at that time and described his symptoms to Mr. Hawkins, and I would expect that he would testify in a way similar to Leroy Fowler III, where he describes those symptoms based on that statement that he was ill. And I did it's been provided in discovery a long time ago. I should have raised it in the motion in limine. I apologize for not doing so.
So Hawkins just made some observations of
They're not
Mr.
observations. I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
They're not observations. He does make observations, but in those I think there's no issues about. But Mr. Fowler, the decedent, did say to him, did describe the symptoms that he was feeling, and I would ask that he be able to discuss, relay those symptoms.
So what I excluded were two statements made immediately proximate to the statement attributed to Mr. Fowler that he believed Ms. Church was poisoning him, which was, I feel better when I leave her house, and I think she may be putting it in my milkshake. So I ruled those ones out, and these are other statements that Mr. Fowler made at various times to Mr.
Correct.
Hawkins about his present physical condition at whatever time he made the statements?
It was at the same time as he made the statements about he thinks she was poisoning him.
Okay. And what were the statements?
That he was throwing up, vomiting, dizziness, diarrhea, having a hard time breathing.
Okay. All right.
And he observed some of those things as well, particularly the hard time breathing.
As he was talking to Mr. Fowler?
That same day.
All right. Okay. So you're contending that those are admissible as statements of present physical condition?
Yes.
Okay. Do any counsel wish to be heard? I think they do fit within the hearsay exception. Mr. Norkunis?
I'd be doing Mr. Hawkins, Judge.
Okay.
There is a transcript of his statements to the police relative to these. He did buttress some of that in the subsequent interview, I think in the past week, 4 years later on some of these. But his transcript really just says, he wasn't feeling well. I don't recall him specifically talking about noticing that Mr. Fowler himself was physically ill. He had talked about the days leading up to, which I would be asking him about, November 11th, and he seemed fine. He was over the house doing some work with them, and he was not complaining about anything, and no problems whatsoever there. All of these others are at other times.
Right.
And so, two of them take place when they're at Barbara's house, which would be, in my opinion, an issue where he's trying to impress upon Barbara, when I come here, I'm well. When I'm there, I'm ill. And, it's terrible type situation. Mr. Hawkins is present, and it's three of them discussing it.
The three of them being Hawkins, Mr. Fowler, and Miss
Randall.
Okay.
But
But at present, the statement that I feel better when I'm away from Miss Church's house is not in. That's all right.
And I've told Mr. Hawkins he can't mention the milkshake statement. He can't mention the feel better unless defense counsel asks him about it.
Okay. All right. I'm glad he's been so instructed. All right. Well, let's bring our jury in. We'll proceed. Ms. Trasnik?
Your Honor, my own question is, I had provided the court what I believe was the redacted copies of the text messages between Barbara Randall and Mr. Fowler, and I will be putting them in through her this morning as the first witness. So I just wanted to make sure that...
You need him back.
No, I have them. I just wanted to make sure that if they were consistent with the court's ruling.
I read through them, and consistent with which ruling?
We had originally provided the court 16 pages, and based on the court's review of those 16 pages, the court had indicated which messages Your Honor believed would be admissible, and I redacted out Ms. Randall's portion. You can see that there's a text thread there, I guess, but there's no content. So I just wanted to make.
Oh, yeah, I was actually thinking about something else. I was looking at this Celebrite extraction report. I did look through that, and that was consistent with what I had
Just
said.
wanted to make sure.
I also, we can discuss it later, but I went through the Celebrite extraction report regarding the texts between Ms. Church and Mr. Fowler in that 10-day period up to November 22nd, 2022, and we can discuss those at some point.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I be heard on the Barbara Leroy text that the prosecutor just mentioned?
Yes, you may.
So I also have been provided with the redacted versions, meaning Leroy Fowler's statements in blue are in. What was redacted out was Barbara's green. I think they are consistent with the court's ruling, and just we would maintain our objection to those. And I think these statements also qualify under the limiting instruction that the court had given, I think, once earlier in the case. That was a few days ago, and now we've had several days of testimony, different witnesses, a weekend break, and here we are Monday morning. And we're going to have a few more of these, at least through Michael Hawkins, later today. So I would request that full limiting instruction be given again today when these come in as to the proper use, and then either the full limiting instruction when Michael Hawkins, if he testifies about similar statements that qualify under this exception, or at least a reference back to the same instruction, which will be fresher in their mind.
I gave, sort of off the top of my head, a limiting instruction when Ms. Carbone was testifying, and it attributed a statement to Ms. Church that also included a statement that she attributed to Mr. Fowler. I gave the limiting instruction there. I intended to give it when Mr. Hawkins testifies about the statement that I ruled was admissible, because those statements purportedly by Mr. Fowler, I think, come in only as the jury assesses his state of mind in the period of time before his death. The statements, remind me, the texts, Ms. Strasnick, that you're talking about, or Mr. Scully that you're talking about, are what? Because I don't have them right in front of me.
So they're all medical statements that he made to her over text about his medical conditions. I can't piss. It's really hard to piss.
Because the reason I ask is because the limiting instruction applies to certain statements that aren't coming in under that statement of physical condition, I think. So your view is the limiting instruction would apply to that particular proposed exhibit?
My view is that these should come in with a limiting instruction that they're admitted for the limited purpose of showing his
state of mind.
State of mind.
All right. Any objection to that, Ms. Strasnick?
I think they come in for the truth. They're an exception to the hearsay rule. I don't think that the content of these need to be limited.
That's why I asked the question. I'm giving the jury's going to hear various statements attributed to Mr. Fowler. Some come in for one reason, some come in for another. Those that I'm admitting, because they go to his state of mind, are limited to just that. Those that are coming in under a recognized hearsay exception, like statement of present physical condition, are in for all purposes, including the truth of the matter asserted. So I'm not inclined to give the instruction, Mr. Scully, for this particular proposed exhibit. I will give it again when Mr. Hawkins testifies. And I want to just take a moment to discuss that limiting instruction before I give it. But I don't think it applies to the statements in the exhibit that Ms. Strasnick was just discussing.
Could I be heard on that one
Go
more
ahead.
time, Judge? So I do think there's additional statements, and I'll defer to the Commonwealth, that they would be seeking to introduce through oral testimony of Ms. Randall today, that are basically that at a prior time, Leroy told her that he thinks Judy was poisoning him. I'm not sure if they intend to elicit that. That's why I'm flagging it.
Okay. I don't think I was aware of that.
I actually told her not to say that.
Okay.
She is going, I told her, I don't know what's going to happen, But I went through the observations she made of his health in terms of what we've discussed, in terms of feeling a lump in his stomach, throwing up, all of those medical things that she observed. But I told her she could not say that he said that he believed that the defendant was poisoning him.
All right, so she's been instructed not to say that. If it comes out, we'll deal with it. If it did come out, the limiting instruction absolutely applies to that statement, Mr. Scully.
Right.
But I'm hoping it doesn't come out because that's what she's been instructed.
Thank you very much. And I would request, because these statements were intermingled in one of her recorded interviews, I think the prosecutor can lead her through the episodes where she observed his stomach hurting and protruding and being hard. And I think if they're going to get into it, there's a few things, and I don't object to leading. They're going to come in one way or the other.
All right, well, that's good to know. So, Ms. Strasnick, you have that leeway when you get to a dicey area where you're afraid she might forget your agreement that she wouldn't testify to that one statement. Let me just ask, in terms of the limiting instruction for when Mr. Hawkins testifies, is there any objection to the draft that I had proposed?
No, Judge.
All right. Very good. All right, then that's well given. All right, I think our jury's been waiting for a little while. Let's get them down. All right, all set. What's today's date? Or was it 23rd?
The 23rd, Your Honor. Yes.
All rise for the judge. Be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Sorry to have kept you waiting. We were just ironing out a few issues, counsel and I. Since we last saw each other on Friday afternoon, has any member of the jury discussed the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves? No. Since we last saw each other, has any member of the jury seen, read, heard, or overheard anything from any outside source about any aspect of this case? No. Excellent. We are continuing with the presentation of the Commonwealth's case, and the prosecutors may call you their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Barbara Randall, please.
Right this way. Hi. I'm going to ask you to stand behind this blue line and face the clerk.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Just follow me. Watch your steps as you come around. You're going to make yourself comfortable in this chair. I'm going to ask you to make sure you speak in that microphone.
Yes.
One of the other issues with the judge, once again, was still talking.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bill.
I'm going to go right through. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi.
Could you introduce yourself to the members of the jury, telling them your name and then spelling it as well?
My name is Barbara Randall. The spelling is B-A-R-B-A-R-A-R-A-N-D-A-L-L.
Miss Randall, how old are you?
64,
Where do you live?
Seabrook, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Seabrook, New Hampshire?
Pretty much all my life.
Do
But
you live with anyone or by yourself?
by myself.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many children?
2.
And how old are they?
Tommy would have been 48, and Casey is 39.
Do you have any grandchildren?
Yes, I do.
How many grandchildren do you have?
5.
And approximately how old are they?
Oh, goodness. 13, 12, 8, 7, and 4.
Do you currently work or volunteer in any way?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I work at a hair salon.
How long have you worked at the hair salon?
For the last 5 or 6 years.
And for the last 5 or 6 years, what have you been doing at the hair salon?
I just kind of look over the whole place, answer the phone, whatever needs to be done.
Prior to the 5 to 6 years that you've been at the current hair salon, what was your career when you were younger?
Hairdresser my whole life.
How long were you a hairdresser?
36 years.
And at some point, did you retire from that and now you work part-time at the hair salon that you just described?
Yes.
Where did you grow up?
Well, I was born in Montana. Then we moved to Hampton, Hampshire. Then we moved to Hampton Falls. And then we moved to Seabrook, where I've been majority of my life.
Did you know an individual by the name of Leroy Fowler?
Yes.
How was it that you knew him?
I had a relationship with him.
When did you first meet Mr. Fowler?
Oh, I'd say probably 20 years prior.
Prior to what? Prior to your relationship with him?
Yes.
What were the circumstances in which you met him 20 years prior to starting a relationship with him?
Well, when I was working at the hair salon, I took a part-time job working at a Keno place, and I met him there.
How would you describe the relationship you had with him at that time?
Fine. Nothing. I mean, I didn't really even talk to him in the Keno place. I had just seen him, and
Ms.
At
Randall,
some
I'm just
point-
going to ask you to try to speak right into that microphone. I just want to
yes.
make sure everyone can hear you. Can
Okay.
everyone hear? All right. Go ahead, Ms. Straussing.
At some point after that 20-year period, did you reconnect with Mr. Fowler in some way?
yes, I did.
What were the circumstances in which you reconnected with him?
What do you mean, how I did?
Yeah, how'd you reconnect with him?
Through Facebook.
And did you reach out to him or did he reach out to you?
He reached out to me.
As a result of him reaching out to you, when approximately was that? What year, if you remember?
Oh, it was like 8 years ago.
8 years ago from now or 8 years ago from when he passed away?
Both. I mean, it was about 8 years ago.
Okay. And at some point after he reached out to you, did the two of you meet up in person?
Yes.
Did you begin a relationship with him?
Yes, we did.
How long were you in a relationship with him prior to him passing away?
8 years.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with him?
Off and on.
What do you mean by off and on?
There were good times and there were bad times.
Would he stay at your house?
Yes.
How often would he stay at your house?
He'd stay a couple nights, then he'd go home.
Where was home?
At my house. Oh, his house? At Judy Church's.
Who was Judy Church?
His other girlfriend.
And you were aware of Miss Church being his other girlfriend from the time you started seeing him after he Facebook messaged
Not
you?
in the beginning, no.
How long after you started, when you reconnected with him, did you become aware of Miss Church?
I would say within 6 months,
How did you become aware of her?
probably through conversation with him or something.
You said that he would come to your house and stay for a few days and then leave?
Yes,
How often would he come and go from your house?
numerous times.
Did he ever live with you?
Not really.
What types of things would the two of you do together when he was at your home?
We did everything. I mean, there was never a boring moment with him. My grandkids were a huge part of our lives.
What types of things would you do with your grandkids?
We do rail trails from here, from Seabrook to Newburyport. We take bikes down, then we go sledding, yard sailing, and just everyday things.
How would you describe the relationship he had with your grandchildren?
Excellent. Very, very good.
Where was he living at the time? Do you know the address that he was living?
Down Salisbury Beach.
And he was living, you said, with Miss Church?
Yes.
Did you know her?
Before this, no.
At some point, you said you became aware of her. At any point, did you meet her?
I guess, yeah. Down the road, yes. I did. I mean, physically seen her, yes.
Did you ever have conversations with her?
Not really, no. Not that I can recall.
Do you know, did you have a nickname for her?
Yes.
What was the nickname you had for her?
Grandma.
Why'd you call her Grandma?
Because she looked like one?
How would you describe the relationship you had with Miss Church?
Not existing.
Did you, during the course of your relationship with Mr. Fowler, did you ever buy him expensive things?
No.
Did you ever buy him a house,
No.
a car,
No.
a motorcycle?
No.
When he was at your home, what types of things would he eat or drink?
He always drank milk, and he would drink Coke.
Did you know him to ever drink alcohol?
Maybe 3 times that I knew him in the 8 years.
And when he did drink during those 3 times, what did you see him drink?
Beer.
Were you aware if he used any drugs or narcotics?
Yes.
What were you aware of?
I was aware of cocaine, and he was prescribed Percocet.
During your time with Mr. Fowler, did he ever make any comments to you about being depressed or wanting to kill himself?
No.
How would you describe Mr. Fowler's personality when he was with you?
Fine.
Were there times, you said that the two of you are on and off, correct?
Yes.
How often would you be on and off during the course of that 8 years?
Sporadically.
Was there a time about a year prior to Mr. Fowler's death that he went to Florida?
Yes.
And were you aware that he was going to Florida?
Yes.
How did you feel about him going to Florida?
I told him to go. Have a good time.
And why was that?
Because I was done with it. I didn't want the back and forth anymore. It was over to me.
And when you say over, how many times would you and Mr. Fowler be over and then get back together?
Numerous.
So when you would tell him it was over, was it ever really over?
No.
When Mr. Fowler would tell you it was over, was it ever really over?
No.
Who would always be the one to come back?
Him.
When he went to Florida about a year prior, so about 2021, how did you know he came back?
I picked him up
Where did you pick him up?
at the airport.
And did he call you and ask you to pick him up?
Yes.
How long had he been in Florida, prior to you going to pick him up at the airport?
I want to say a couple days, maybe 3, tops 4.
When he came home, did he come home alone?
Yes.
How long after he came home do you know who he went to Florida with at that time?
Yes.
Who?
Judy Church.
How long after he came home did Miss Church come home, if you know?
I'd say immediately.
Did you also become aware of a plan that Mr. Fowler had to go back to Florida and move there in November or around November of 2022?
I was aware it was going to happen, yes.
And how did you react to that?
Told him to go.
Was that for the same reason that you said?
Yes.
During the course of your relationship with Mr. Fowler, did he ever propose to you?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
Did you say yes?
I did the first time. The second time I must have said yes, but I don't really remember.
And then is it fair to say that after you said yes, the relationship went off again?
Probably after, obviously, yeah, after that.
I want to specifically talk to you about the time period leading up to Mr. Fowler's death on November 13th of 2022. About a month prior to his death, did he ever complain to you about his health while you were in person with him?
Yes.
Specifically, did he complain about his stomach?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jurors what did he tell you? Did he ask you to do something?
Well, it was really hard. It was bloated, and it was like super hard. And he kept saying, feel the slump, feel the slump.
And did you feel the lump?
Yes, I did.
And could you feel that it was hard and bloated like you just described?
It was hard, and it was bulging. You could see it.
And did that go on for a period of time that he would ask you to feel that lump?
Not that I recall.
Were you able to push on it in any way?
Yeah, I did push on it that day.
Did he make other complaints to you around that time about his health?
Just that he was tired. He didn't really feel that good here and there.
Did you make observations of him being tired?
Not really. He wasn't as get up and go, maybe, but it was the day,
At some point around that time period, did you observe him throw up?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jurors what you saw? What were the circumstances?
He had just walked in my house, and he was normal, and he was talking, and within 10 minutes, he just threw up. It just projectiled out of his mouth, like a circle of it.
Is that what you mean by projectile? There was a circle?
Yeah.
And had you ever seen him throw up in any way before?
No.
How did he react? What observations did you make of him when he was throwing up like that?
Well, he was embarrassed of the mess he had made on the floor. And I was like, I don't care, What's going on? And he said, I don't know.
At some point, did he also have concerns when he used the bathroom? Specifically as it related to having a bowel movement?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury, what did he show you after he had a bowel movement?
He went in the bathroom, and he hollered to me, and I went over, and he goes, look, see, I told you. And he had wiped himself, and it was on the toilet paper. There was blood.
How many times would you say that you observed blood on the toilet paper while he was at your...
One time.
Is it fair to say that you and Mr. Fowler would also text message?
Oh, yeah.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Arnold, I'm going to show you a series of text messages. I believe you've seen these before. If you could just look at them and just read through them to yourself. Are those portions of a conversation that you had with Mr. Fowler in September of 2022 relative to his health?
Yes.
If these could be marked as the next exhibit, please.
They may. Rights preserved, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Scully.
Exhibit 31, so marked.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish
Yes, you may.
Exhibit 31, and just for the record, it's 5 pages. We're gonna do the second one. I'm not sure this is going to be very clear. If I could just read the portions of the text messages into the record.
You may.
This is from September 8th, 2022. And these were from Mr. Fowler to you, correct?
Yes.
I can't piss. It's really hard to piss. I have to force myself to piss, and I can't. Next text is, it hurts to try. The next text message from that same date at 3/26/16. I don't know, but I read up on prostate cancer, and I have 6 out of 10 signs. Prostate cancer makes your bones hurt and your back and hips mostly. I'm telling you, I know something's definitely wrong. I'm getting sicker by the week and now by the day. I'm so drained right now. I've done nothing all day. Ms. Randall, I want to talk to you about the last time you saw Mr. Fowler. Do you remember the last time you saw Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
When was that?
Say probably 4 days before he passed.
Where did you see him?
He had came to my house. I was taking my girlfriend's grandson out to lunch, and I was headed out the door, and he was coming in. And I said, Leroy, I'm going to go take Liam out to lunch. I said, and I'll be back. If you want to follow me, you can. But that's what I'm doing.
And prior to him showing up at your house before you were taking Liam to lunch, had the two of you had some type of argument or disagreement in the days prior to him showing up at your house?
Oh, yeah. We were fighting over something. I don't recall what it was.
So was it another time that you were off
Yes.
and it was him that showed up at your house?
Yes.
Had you done anything in terms of his ability to text you or communicate with you during that time?
Yeah, probably, but I had my phone blocked.
And when you block your phone, what did that mean?
He couldn't reach me.
And then he showed up at your house?
Yes.
Did he follow you when you went to lunch with Liam?
He didn't follow me there, but when I got done, I went back to my girlfriend's house with her grandson and was waiting for her to come home. And he kept riding by her house.
Did you have any communication with him, or did you just see him driving by?
I just seen him driving by.
At some point, excuse me, did you, in fact, unblock him?
Yes, on his birthday.
And how many times did you unblock him on his birthday?
Twice.
Why twice?
Once I had called and just said happy birthday and blocked him again. And then my grandkids all called him and said happy birthday. And then I blocked him again.
And is it fair to say that you never heard from him that day?
Not that I remember, no.
At some point, did you become aware that he was in the hospital?
Yes.
Do you remember not what they told you, but who told you?
Little Leroy called me.
Was that on his birthday or at some point prior?
They are.
I believe it was prior to him passing.
Ms. Randall, would you just, again, try to move up to that microphone? People are having some hard time hearing you.
It was, I would say when he was in the hospital, he had told me they were transporting him from Newburyport to the other hospital.
And that was at some point Friday night of his birthday?
Yeah.
Leading up to his birthday, you had indicated that there had been an argument, there was blocking going on. Did you think that your breakup with Mr. Fowler at that point was permanent?
I never knew.
Was it ever permanent?
No.
If I may have one moment.
You may.
Do you remember where you were the Thursday prior to Mr. Fowler's birthday, which would have been November 10th, the night before he went to the hospital?
No.
Were you at Mr. Fowler's house in any way?
No.
Did you ever go to 108 Central Street in November of 2022?
No.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Scarlett, your witness.
Good morning, Ms. Randall.
Good morning.
My name is Liam Scully. I represent Judy Church along with attorney Stan Norkunis.
Yes.
You and I have never had a chance to speak before, right?
No.
But you've been to many of the court proceedings prior to this trial
Yes.
over the time, and you've seen me in court, and I've seen you around, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a few questions for you as follow-up. Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. And before I do, I just want to ask you about your prior interviews with law enforcement in this case. So after Leroy Fowler died, you were interviewed by police for the first time by Detective Brian Verney on November 16th, 2022. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded on body camera, and you were told about that. You remember that?
Yes.
And you didn't have a lawyer at that time. You had just come in for some questioning voluntarily, right?
Yes.
And at that time, a transcript was eventually made of that interview that you did. Is that right?
Yes.
And have you had a chance before your testimony or at some point during the pretrial lead up to this to review that transcript?
I think so. I'm not positive.
Do you remember reading words on a page and this was
Yeah.
an interview that
Yeah.
took place?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, in fact, there was a second interview that you did with law enforcement again, right?
Yes.
And this time, Brian Verney was there, but also Trooper Lewis Williams was there, and he conducted the interview, right?
Yes.
And again, that was at a police station, right?
Yes.
And recorded again on body camera, right?
Yes.
And that time you brought a lawyer with you,
Yes.
Pam Rogers, right?
Yes.
Is she present in the courtroom today?
No, she is not.
Okay. And you brought her and you participated in another but longer interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, a transcript would have been made eventually of that longer interview. Do you remember that? And have you had a chance sometime prior to your testimony to review that transcript?
I believe I have, yes.
Okay. All right. So just starting with some basics. So you said presently 64 years old, right? And you grew up in Seabrook,
Yes.
and you still live there?
Yes.
And do you own the space you live in?
Yes.
Is that a trailer-style home?
Yes.
Okay. And growing up, you, as an adult, you became a hairdresser
Yes.
and worked as a hairdresser for many, many years,
Yes.
and then eventually worked in the salon in more of an all-purpose capacity. Is that right?
Yes.
By the time Leroy passed away, 2022, were you working still as a hairdresser, or had you transitioned to? Yeah. Had you transitioned to your more all-purpose role, if you remember,
I was the all-purpose role.
in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct examination that the first time you met Leroy Fowler was about 20 years before any relationship with him blossomed. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you mentioned on direct examination something about a Keno place. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember having a girlfriend or somebody who was inviting you to play cards or poker, and you decided to go, and Leroy ended up being there at that time?
That's not how it went.
Okay.
It was a gentleman. His name was Brett, and he was on Facebook saying he was going to have a Texas Hold'em game, and I knew Brett.
Okay, so it was Brett, not Bev.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you agreed to go,
I said, yeah. I said, I'll come there, and I'll win every game.
and you met Leroy, right? He was
No,
there.
no, I didn't physically go there.
Oh, you didn't go there?
No, not at all.
Did you meet Leroy Fowler in connection with that game?
Yeah, well, that's how he seen my name, he said, was through that text.
And was there an occasion where when you first met, you spent the night together as just friends on a couch?
Yes,
Okay, was that in connection with that game or later?
that was way before.
Way before the game?
Yes.
Okay. So before that game even occurred, you had met Leroy Fowler on a prior occasion. Is that right?
Yeah.
How many years prior to his prior to your relationship with him was that?
Oh, geez, many.
30 or 40?
Probably 30.
Okay, so just to kind of get my bearings, so 30 or so years before any relationship, you had met him on an occasion,
Yeah.
and was that just so what was the nature of that occasion?
It was social.
So, okay, social.
Yeah.
And you guys hit it off on that occasion, ended up sleeping on a couch together.
Yes.
As friends.
Yes.
And then didn't reconnect again, is that fair?
No. Right.
And the next time you reconnected was on this poker game, is that right? Or he saw you relative to
Around
that?
that. That's when he saw my name. Yes.
Okay. But you still hadn't reconnected in person, right?
No.
So when was the first time you reconnected in person?
I would say days after that phone call when he texted me through Facebook.
Okay, so if I've got this right, there was a poker game being started on Facebook,
Yeah.
and he saw that you were in the mix for that,
Yes.
and at some point he just called you?
He texted me, I
He
believe.
texted you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't have my number.
And you hadn't spoken to him in many, many years.
No.
And that text was the start of what became your relationship with him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you living at that time?
At my home, 238 Walton Road, Seabrook.
Okay. And did he approach you as sort of a person to potentially have a relationship with or ask you out on a date at some point? How did it go from the first text to the first date?
He kind of as, not a first date, but, kind of going that way.
Okay. And eventually, did something along the lines of a first date happen?
Yeah.
And so you started seeing Leroy Fowler at that point, right?
Yes.
And that, you had said that you were in a relationship with him for about 8 years. He died in 2022. So do you think that relationship started in 2014 or so
Yes.
and was on and off for the next 8 years is how you described it, right?
Yes.
And at some point during that relationship, did you become aware that, in fact, he was living with someone named Judy Church?
Yes.
He had another girlfriend.
Yes.
How long were you in the relationship with Mr. Fowler before you realized that he was living with Judy Church?
Within the first year, probably the
Okay.
first 6 months.
Okay, so it's fair to say for somewhere around 6 months or maybe even as long as a year, you didn't know that Judy Church existed.
No.
You didn't know her from any other circles.
Nope.
And as far as you knew, you were starting this relationship with Leroy Fowler.
Yes.
And continuing that relationship, right? And then you found out at some point that he was in a much more serious relationship with this
Yes.
woman, Judy Church,
Yes.
and that he lived with her,
Yes.
right? And you came to know a decent amount about Judy Church, right?
Yes.
You knew that Judy had a husband named Rusty, right?
Yes.
And that Leroy had a woman, I don't think he was married, but Julie Hawkins, you know who that is?
Yes.
And that eventually Leroy and Julie Hawkins broke up,
Yes.
and that Leroy and Judy got together.
Yes.
And when they first got together, they were living in Rusty's house and Judy's house,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Well, he was at first.
Not at first, but then he moved in. Well, he moved
Then
in
he
as a
moved-
tenant, right?
And then he moved Julie in.
Moved Julie in
Yeah.
And then-
downstairs.
downstairs.
He was working on their downstairs apartment.
Okay, so wait, I'm not talking about 108 Central Ave. I'm talking about
No,
the
I'm
house
not.
that Rusty and Judy owned and lived in.
That's
as
the house
husband
I'm
and wife.
talking about.
So let me ask the next question here. So what you also learned was that Judy and Leroy left those relationships to start their own relationship.
Yes.
And that Judy left her husband,
Yes.
and they had a son together. You know his name is Douglas.
Yes.
And that they moved out together and then started to purchased and started to work on 108 Central Ave, right?
Yes.
All right, and you know that property.
Yeah.
You've been to that property.
I've been by it, yes.
Well, you've been in the tenant area in the back, the
Yes,
cottage.
one time, yes.
Okay. And you went in that cottage when Leroy and Judy were in Florida?
No, Leroy was with me. I'm not sure where she was.
Okay.
A friend of mine lived there.
Yeah, cousin?
Yeah, it was his cousin, not mine.
Oh, Leroy's cousin.
Yes,
Okay. And so the two of you, Judy was away,
yes,
and the two of you went to Judy's house.
to that cottage, yes.
It was her cottage,
Yes,
and you went inside and spent time.
yes,
Did you ever go into the main house?
no,
Okay. So you also, Judy becomes a rival. Is that fair to say?
in the beginning, yes,
Yeah. Well, she left her family to be with Leroy, right?
yes,
And you came on the scene, and suddenly there was a triangle, right?
yes,
And you started to refer to Judy as grandma, right?
yes,
And that wasn't a compliment, right?
no,
That was meant to be insulting, right?
per se, yes,
And she referred to you as the C word. You learned
Yes.
that, right?
yes,
And Leroy would tell you that that's what she referred to you as.
Yes.
Because you never talked to her in that era.
no,
He would just tell you, Judy calls you the C word.
yes,
And so we've got Leroy sort of in the middle, and now he's living with Judy, right? You come on the scene, you learn about Judy, right? And you can, yes?
yes,
And you continue this relationship with Leroy.
yes,
And you start to refer to Judy as grandma.
yes,
And you start to form some more opinions about her as a rival in terms of Leroy's affections, right?
yes,
And you believe that Judy comes from money,
yes,
and that her sister is a psychiatrist, and her other sister is a professor,
yes,
and that she has, you think, 2 master's degrees,
yes,
and that she owns rental properties from when she was married to Rusty back in Everett, right?
yes,
And that she had sold those and come into cash.
yes,
And as a result, Judy had, in your mind, financial strength that you didn't have at that
yes,
time.
yes,
And she was in a position to buy things that you couldn't buy, right? And is it fair to say that when you met Leroy, he was working construction,
yes,
he was riding a motorcycle,
yes,
right? His health appeared when you first started dating him pretty good,
yes,
kind of a rugged guy.
yeah,
But over the years, like everybody, he declined some, right?
yeah,
He had heart issues,
yeah,
he got a pacemaker,
yes,
he had back issues,
yes,
hip issues,
yes,
Achilles issues. You remember his
yes,
Achilles?
yes,
Yeah. A host of other issues that he would go to the doctor for, right?
yes,
And eventually he was unable to work, so he got himself on disability income, right?
yes,
And food stamps,
yes,
had a food card.
yes,
And so it appeared to you that he was somewhat financially dependent on grandma, on Judy.
yes,
And then, so was the relationship that he lived with her for stability, and then whenever he got bored with her, he would come visit you for fun.
yes,
All right. And he would just come and go as he wanted, right?
not pretty much as he wanted, but as much as I allowed. I mean,
Well,
he would come and then we'd talk and then he'd leave and just went back and forth that way.
you told the police that if you locked the door, he would just kick it in.
Yes,
So you didn't have the ability to just stop him on your own.
no,
And he wouldn't oftentimes announce his presence like, hey, I'm coming over for a
No.
few days. He would just show up when he was in the mood to.
yes,
And you would welcome him in and spend time with him.
yes,
And you knew that Judy didn't like this.
yes.
You knew it was hurting her, right?
Yeah,
You knew that she had given up her family for this guy.
I didn't really think about all that.
Well, you know Judy.
Yeah, well,
You
yeah.
know she gave up her family for Leroy.
Yes,
You know Leroy was living with her.
yes,
You know financially she was providing the money to keep Leroy afloat,
yes.
right? And she's waiting back at her house where she lives with Leroy, but he was just going to your house anyway
Yes,
for years, right?
yes.
Did you give some thought to how that affected or how that would affect Judy?
I would say sometimes.
Did you like the relationship you had with Leroy in that dynamic?
No,
Did you want more?
no,
You said you accepted a marriage proposal 2 times, right?
yes,
Okay. So you said yes because you wanted more in the relationship and wanted to take the place of Judy, right?
I just wanted it to be he and I, yes.
Right. So you wanted it to be you and Leroy, right?
Yes, yes,
Judy wanted it to be her and Leroy.
yes,
And the two of you guys pretty much hated each other virtually, right?
yes,
You weren't communicating with her.
no,
And she wasn't communicating with you.
no,
And you would see each other in very random occasions, right?
yes,
You remember Leroy had a black motorcycle?
yes,
And Judy used to ride on the back of that?
yes,
And you used to ride on the back of that?
yes,
You remember one time when Judy saw you riding on that motorcycle?
yes,
You remember the white motorcycle that she bought for Leroy after that incident?
yes,
So when she saw you riding on the back of Leroy's motorcycle that she bought for him, the black one,
yes,
because she didn't want to sit in the same seat, she was so mad, she bought him another one,
yes,
right?
yes,
And Judy and Leroy had a dog named Salt, right? It
yes,
was a rescue dog,
yes,
a big dog that they adopted together when they were starting their little family, right?
yes,
Because they weren't having kids at that age.
no,
So they got a dog,
yes,
and they moved that dog into 108 Central Ave.
yes,
But Leroy used to bring the dog over to your house,
occasionally.
and you knew Judy didn't like that.
I didn't really think about it.
In fact, you learned on one occasion that Judy made Leroy shampoo the dog to clean him because he had just been at your
Yes.
house, right?
Now that you say it, yes.
Yeah, this is what Leroy would tell you as well. This is how you learn this, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, he would come to you and snitch on her.
yes,
Yeah, kind of playing one person off the other, right?
pretty much.
Kept his position nice and strong.
Yes,
There was even a voodoo doll. You remember that?
yes,
Okay. So there came to be at some point a voodoo doll, if you want to call it that, a sock doll with your name on it, right? And I'm putting on the overhead exhibit 7, right? Do you recognize that?
yes,
All right, so the way you recognize that is actually Leroy showed that to you.
yes,
Again, he's letting you know, even though Barbara didn't communicate that with you, right? I'm sorry, Judy didn't communicate that to you.
no,
But he's letting you know, oh, wow, Judy's really mad and hurt, right?
yes,
And your name is on this. It says Barb, right?
yes,
And he even told you, Leroy told you, that Judy wants me to get some of your hair to put on here,
yes,
right?
yes,
But Judy never tried to approach you with this or do anything with this, right?
no,
And this was many years before Leroy died.
not many. I would say within the last couple.
At least 2 years before.
Yeah,
Yeah. And so these things would happen, these insults, whether it's Salt or whether it's the motorcycle or a doll, but nothing physically happened between you and Judy.
no,
And you wouldn't start texting each other the bad names you had for each other or the like during that era.
no,
So for 8 years, you were separated rivals, virtual rivals, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were aware at some point when you were dating Leroy that he had a tattoo of the word Judy on his heart, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you made him remove that tattoo.
Yes.
And in fact, he did remove the Judy tattoo, right?
Yes.
And you were aware through Leroy that Judy had a tattoo of Leroy on her side.
Yes.
And so you made him remove that tattoo as a condition of his marriage proposal to you, right? That you weren't going to marry somebody with another woman's name on his heart.
No.
And in fact, you don't remember it that way?
No.
And didn't you videotape that marriage proposal and he shows you that, look, I don't have Judy on my heart anymore?
Yes.
Okay. So that did happen. He removed the tattoo at your request and then got down on a knee and proposed to you.
Not in that day like that, no.
Well, it takes a little while to remove a tattoo.
He removed it, probably the day before.
Okay.
But it wasn't my threat to him, I won't marry you until you remove her name.
Well, you hadn't married him or said you would marry him while that tattoo was on him.
He hadn't asked me.
And the very next day after he removes it, he asks you to marry him.
Yes.
And you say yes, but you never get married.
No.
Now, are you aware also that Judy hung a picture of you on the refrigerator of the
Yes.
house? There were two refrigerators in the house, right? The main refrigerator, and then Leroy kept a second refrigerator.
Yes.
And you're aware of that second refrigerator. Did you ever see it?
No.
Do you know what he kept in it?
No.
And that was a picture that Judy had found where you weighed about 200 pounds from a previous time in your life, right?
Yes.
And she hung that up with arrows, sort of pointing in an insulting way at
Yes.
calling you fat. Is that right?
She had arrows pointing to bad hair day, bad legs.
Right. And that was 4 years prior when that picture was up to Leroy, to 2022.
I don't know if it was 4 years, but yes.
Okay.
It was prior.
All right. So you don't have a memory of whether that was 4 years ago, right?
Not really. I
right.
mean, it did happen.
If I showed you your transcript, might that refresh your memory?
Yes.
All right. Second interview, page 20. Can I approach on?
Yes, you may.
All right, I'm just going to show you a transcript here of your second interview, page 20. And just read those sections and take your time and look up when you're done.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that in fact it was 4 years prior to 2022 that picture was up on the house at Judy's house?
Yes.
And that's what you had told police at the time of one of your interviews, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 2022, well, you testified about, on direct examination, about a trip to Florida that Judy and Leroy made when he flew back and you picked him up at an airport, right?
Yes.
Is that Logan Airport?
Yes.
Okay, that was one of several trips to Florida, right?
Yes.
And in 2022, they made a much longer trip to Florida, right?
Yes.
That's when they bought the Florida house.
Yes.
And you became aware that that house was purchased.
Yes.
And in fact, it was your thinking that Judy timed that trip so that he would be away from you on your birthday in February, right?
Yes,
Your birthday's February 14th.
yes,
They had gone down actually the very end of December of 2021,
Yes.
around Christmas. He was gone, and he wasn't home for your birthday.
no,
So he left in December with Judy, and he was there in January,
yes,
and he was there in February, right?
I got, yeah,
And then March.
okay,
They bought a house during this trip,
yes,
and you know Judy paid cash for that house.
yes,
And they bought Leroy came home in a big black, I think, Dodge Ram pickup truck, right?
yes,
And Judy paid cash for that for him.
yes,
And that became Leroy's truck.
yes,
And Leroy and Judy co-owned that house in Florida.
yes,
And when they came back, it would have been end of March, somewhere in that ballpark.
I guess, yeah,
All right. And this caused a rift between you and Leroy that was ongoing throughout the year of 2022, right?
yes,
Okay. And that year became very tumultuous for you two. Would you agree with that?
yeah,
And you started having, with Leroy, big fights and lots of breakups starting in May of 2022, right?
we always did, yes,
Okay. Okay. And on one occasion, he was also accusing you of being with someone named Kenny.
yes,
That was in May of 2022, right?
if you say so, yes.
Well-
Yeah, I mean, he did. I'm not sure what month it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
If I showed you text messages between you and Leroy in May of 2022, would that potentially refresh your memory?
Yeah, of the month.
All right. So, these are some text messages. You referred to Leroy in your contacts as ex-Leroy, correct?
Yes,
And you see here that he was, well, read this to yourself, please.
this
Blue
one,
text is from Leroy, green is your reply.
okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that in May of 2022, Leroy was at least accusing you of being with someone named Kenny?
Yeah, I said yes to that. I just wasn't sure of the month.
That's what I said, May
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
That's the month it was.
Yes,
And that led to some significant arguing and a breakup, right?
it always did.
It always did. But you got back together, right?
Yes,
And in June, another fight occurred that led to another separation breakup between you guys, right?
yes,
And that one centered around him doing Percocets. Do you remember that?
yeah.
Did he have,
We probably had an argument over it. I'm not sure of the months.
okay. He had an ongoing problem with Percocets, right?
Not ongoing. He got them prescribed from the doctor.
Okay, well, He got them anyway, right?
Well, for pain, yes.
Yeah. And did he get any from you?
Me, no.
Okay. So if I suggested to you that on June 26, 2022, you texted to him, you don't give a fuck about me. Hope you enjoyed the perks. You just use me because you've always put me second. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, if you say so, yeah.
I'll just approach and see. That top.
Okay,
Okay.
yes.
So does that refresh your memory that you had sent him that message in June? In fact, June 26th of 2022?
Yes.
And that was in connection with another breakup, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that you never knew whether this breakup was going to be the real breakup or whether you would reconcile, right?
Right. Yes.
They felt real at the time.
Yes.
There was another breakup in July. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You do? Okay. And,
Said we were always breaking up.
okay, so you don't doubt that. And that,
No.
that, again, you texted him, F you, Leroy, enjoy Florida. Go to Florida.
Yes.
And this started to emerge as a thing because you were aware that there was a plan for Judy and Leroy to relocate to Florida permanently.
Yes.
And so in 2022, that became another issue between you and Leroy.
One of many, yes.
One of many. Now, August of 2022 was a rough month for Leroy. Is that correct?
Yeah.
He was using cocaine, right?
Yeah.
He was using Percocets, right?
I don't know at that point. In August of 22?
Yeah.
No. Not that I am aware of. That I know of.
I'm going to show you a text message from you to him right here, August 24th.
Okay.
Okay. That text message from you to him is, I need some money, I can get you Coke and Perks.
Did I say Coke? Cookies, I meant.
You meant cookies.
Yeah, not cocaine.
So you meant cookies and Percocets,
Yeah.
not cocaine and Percocets.
No.
And you needed money to buy cookies.
For what?
You needed money to buy cookies.
No. It was just a phrase, a fun phrase I used.
Okay, but the message says, I need money, $2
Yes,
signs.
yes,
I can get you
yes.
Cook, meaning Coke, and Perks.
No, I didn't mean Coke. I meant cookies was just a phrase I would use, calling them that.
So just Perks.
Yeah.
All right. Leroy was also, you described him as not a drinker, but by August of 2022, he was having episodes of drunkenness, right?
I seen one.
Okay.
Now,
What did you see?
he had showed up at my house again, obliviated.
Yeah.
But that was really the only I ever seen him drunk.
Okay.
He wasn't a known drinker at all.
Right. But there was this one time you saw him in August where he looked drunk to you.
Yes,
And you drink alcohol, right?
yes,
Okay. So he had all the hallmarks of a drunk at that time. slurring his speech, smelled like alcohol, right?
Well, nobody smelled, but yes.
Okay. You had no doubt he was drunk.
Yeah.
And you would, and that was a relatively new phenomenon,
Yeah.
him drinking to that excess.
Yeah.
And then there was another occasion not long after that where he had a blackout episode where he went to Newburyport overnight, didn't remember how he got there, where he was, who he was with, what he had done, and contacted you to help get his motor say, right?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
So there was this time you observed him being drunk, right? Right?
Yeah.
And now there's this other time that he talks about this blackout episode in Newburyport, right?
Yes.
In September, he was violent towards you, correct?
Yes.
He hit you, and he pulled your hair,
Yes.
and he threw you down.
Yes.
Was that the first time he had been physically violent towards you?
Pretty much.
So there had been others?
No, not to that extent. No.
That was the worst one.
Yeah.
So by the time you get to September, your relationship is hitting an all-time low.
Yes, it always was.
And you're breaking up again with him, right?
Yes.
But then reconciling again sometime later than that, right?
Yeah.
In October.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, we did it all the time. I don't know what months to what months.
And in these breakups now, as you started getting closer, you were aware that Leroy and Judy were going to move to Florida,
Yes.
and that they had at least started putting that plan in motion with respect to packing, right?
Yes.
And that part of your fights with Leroy was, go to Florida. I'm all done with you.
Yes.
And he would text back or communicate with you, I'm going to Florida,
Yes.
right? And the bitterness still ensued between you and Judy in the background.
Yes.
You'd say, go to Florida with that grandma.
Yes.
She'll take care of you with her money, stuff like that, right?
I don't know if I went to that extent, but yes.
Okay, that was the sense behind it, right? And then on November 5th, Leroy sent you a text message that was a breakup text message from him to you, where he said to you, the trailer's all packed and I'm leaving.
Yes.
That was November 5th, right?
Okay.
Do you remember it that way?
I remember it being said. I don't remember the dates.
But it was right there in that time period.
Okay.
And then, well, okay. So he texts you on November 5th. Okay, I promise you never ever will, that he means see me again. This is the last time you'll ever hear from me. Goodbye.
Okay.
Remember that? And I'll just show you the text message, which is in blue. You remember the message, but the date is on there as well.
Yes.
Okay. So that was November 5th, right?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
And that was the last breakup. right?
Yes.
You had him blocked for a while, but you texted him back, leave me alone, fuck you, do what you have done the last 3 beautiful days, fuck you, told you this time's different, done.
Yes.
And that was your final breakup text to him on November 8th, right? And after that, you never saw him again.
No.
There was that one episode that the prosecutor and you described in direct examination where he had come, he seemed to be following you around, right?
Yes.
You were going out to lunch with your girlfriend's
Grandson.
grandson Liam,
Yes.
and told Leroy, follow me if you want, right?
I said, you can follow me if you want. Yes.
Yeah. And is that an episode where he smashed up your fence?
Yes.
What happened?
My girlfriend came home and we left and we went out. He followed us to my house and I got out of my car. I had seen him behind her car following us. So I went to the lights, went home fast, got out of my car, locked it. She pulled in and I jumped in her car and then we left and went out for the night. And when I came home, my whole fence was smashed in. Not damaged, but just like pushed over.
And did it appear a motor vehicle struck it?
Yes. I knew he had done it.
Yeah. Was he drunk?
I didn't see him. No, I'd say no, but
And in the aftermath of that was the text I just read to you about being done, right?
yes.
And after that breakup, as far as you knew, the plan was he was moving to Florida with Judy, and everything was packed, and he was going on his birthday or that weekend.
Yes.
And that would have meant, from her perspective, she finally outlasted you.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Essex.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that when you and Leroy would fight and break up, it was because he was jealous of other men that he thought you were with?
Yes.
He wasn't leaving you and breaking up with you because he was in love with Judy, was he?
No.
He just didn't want you to be with anybody else
Right.
because he wanted to be with you.
Yes.
And this fight that you were just asked about on November 5th, he did come back to your house after that, after it was done, on the day that you took Liam to lunch, right?
I seen him that day. That was the last time I'd physically seen him.
And you were asked about the black motorcycle. Judy saw you driving on his black motorcycle, so she bought him a new one.
Yes, because I had rode on his black one.
What did she do to that?
Objection.
Black
Sidebar, please.
Yes? Ms. Strasser.
You said that there was a rivalry between you and Judy only at the beginning. Why was that?
Because after that, I felt bad for her. I thought it was pathetic what was going on.
And is that how you felt up until and through Leroy's death, that what was going on between the two of you with Leroy was pathetic?
Yeah.
And you were asked about text messages, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that at some point the Massachusetts State Police asked you if they could search your phone and do a download of the phone?
Yes.
And you consented to let them do that?
Yes.
You cooperated with them?
Yes.
Did you also cooperate with them and provide a DNA sample when it was requested?
Yes.
You were asked about having an attorney present for that second interview by the name of Pam Rogers. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know Pam?
She comes into the hair salon where I work at.
Why did you bring her to that interview?
Just for backup, just to make sure, I've never been through anything like this in my life.
I want to, if I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Is it fair to say that, how did you have Judy's phone number in your phone?
From her, we exchanged numbers for different appointments and what have you too.
No, sorry, Judy, not Pam. Judy.
Oh, I
What was the contact in your phone? Was it Grandma?
Yeah.
And at some point in August of 2022, did Grandma text you?
Yes.
Now I'll approach you, Honor. I'm just going to show you 3 text messages from August 6, 2022. Are those text messages that Grandma sent your phone?
Could you say that one more time, Ms. Strasnick? I was speaking to Ms. Draper.
Right, are these text messages that Grandma sent her cell phone on August 6, 2022?
August 6th?
Yes. Those are the text messages?
Yes.
If these could be marked as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They may.
Exhibit 32, so marked.
And with the court search, I'm going to try to play them on the computer instead of the Elmo. I think they might be easier to see and read.
Okay.
So these are the text messages, and they're dated August 6, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And Grandma, or the defendant, had reached out to you and had a conversation with you about Leroy, right?
Yes.
And nowhere in the text messages are you writing back to her, correct?
No.
And she said, got a million more if you want them, but hey, keep the lying sack. I've got a better life without him. I think you can relate. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then she sends you something that says, Leroy to me, I love you, hon. Promise I will get things done tomorrow so we can finally get back home. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the last message from August 6, 2022 at 5:35 in the morning. He will tell you to block me. He's going to try to win you over with more lies. Tell you how horrid I am. Believe me when I say he tells horrid things about you too. He's playing us both with lies upon lie. He brought me to the Leo's ball game. He told me to do Leo's concert. He's a coward, plain and simple, and it's time we both toss him out. If you are unwilling, I completely understand. He's got you snowed. Me no more. Buy you will eventually. Did he tell you he loved you more than anyone ever? He only loves himself. Those are the messages that she sent?
Yes.
I have no further question.
Could I have
Yes.
that exhibit? Just leave it on the screen, too, please. Yes, please. I just have a couple of follow-ups just on Exhibit 32, okay?
Yes,
So this was a rare communication from Judy Church to you via text message, right?
yes,
And what had happened was Leroy was with you for one of those few days that you talked about, right?
yes,
And Judy's hurt,
I guess, yeah,
and she's angry.
I guess.
And what that shows you is that the rivalry is still on.
Objection.
Sustained.
And in fact, she calls Leroy a coward for the way that he treats both of you women.
Yes,
She's right, isn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
That was cowardly of him.
Objection.
that's how she looked
Sustained.
at it.
Sustained.
I don't,
You don't have to answer that.
A real man would have made a choice.
Objection.
Mr. Scully, I will sustain the objection.
No further questions.
Thank you very much. You may step down, Ms. Randall.
May I return the exhibit to the table?
Yes, you may.
Michael Hawkins?
Do me a favor and stand on that blue line, okay?
If you face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name, please?
Michael Hawkins, Hawkins,
Sir, how old are you?
47,
And where do you live?
Salisbury.
Okay. And how long you lived in Salisbury?
Well, Um, 25 years?
Okay, so for a lot of your life?
Yes.
Okay. Is where did you grow up?
Lowell, Salisbury.
Okay. And are you doing any work right now?
Yeah, construction
How long you been a construction worker, sir?
since I was 15.
So that's kind of what you always do for work?
Yes.
All right. Now, is that like on your own or with a company?
On my own right now.
Any particular types of construction that you sort of specialize in or whatever?
Siding, framing, roofing.
And where did you learn to do that sort of work, sir?
From my stepdad, Leroy.
Oh. And so when you say Leroy, you're talking Leroy Fowler.
Yeah, Leroy Fowler, I guess you would say he's the second.
Okay. And it has been a little confusing at parts during the trial because of the junior, senior, the third kind of thing. So you thought of Leroy, your stepdad, you called him as Leroy Fowler Jr.?
Yeah.
Okay. And his son, Leroy, as Leroy the third?
So little Leroy is the youngest.
Okay.
Big Leroy was the middle, and then old man Leroy was the older one.
The grandfather?
Yeah, that's how they were referred to.
All right. And just for ease of communication today, if I say Leroy and it's not clear which one I'm talking about, please let me know if you're confused.
Yes.
But I will try to remember to say Big Leroy, meaning Leroy Fowler, your stepdad, okay?
All right.
All right. And so how did you first meet Big Leroy?
So I met Big Leroy through a friend of mine, Danny Bonds, which is little Leroy the Third's brother.
Okay.
I was friends with him, and then I became friends with his mom, then eventually Leroy,
Okay.
little Leroy.
And you said you're currently 47, is that right?
Yes,
All right. And if Leroy were still alive today, he would be about 58 or 59, is that right?
yeah,
Okay. So he wasn't that much old, 10, 11 years older than you.
yeah, yeah.
But you still kind of thought him as your stepdad?
Yeah, well, my dad died young, and he was in my life the longest. At first, I didn't. He was more of a friend, but
And what was it about his relationship? He ended up having a relationship with your mom?
yeah,
And who was your mom?
my mom was Julie Hawkins.
Okay. And so Big Leroy and Julie had a relationship for a number of years. Is that fair to say?
15, 17 years,
Okay.
something like that.
And did you live with them during the course of their relationship, or were you old enough that you had sort of moved on to your
In
own?
and out.
In and out?
In and out, but for a while I was living there. Pretty much when little Leroy Jr. came to live, the third,
Yep.
I kind of went on my own. It was a small place.
Sure. Okay. And so you said that Big Leroy taught you a lot of the construction work that you know today. Is that fair?
Yeah,
How did he, how was it that he came to sort of teach you that stuff?
it brought me to work. I was getting in trouble. Never really stopped getting in trouble, but I used to get in trouble a lot. And he said, "You got to work. If you're not going to go to school, you're not gonna, you're gonna stay here. You got to work."
Okay. And so he took you to the jobs that he was doing, back 10, 15, 20 years ago, or even more than that?
Yeah,
Okay. And you just kept doing that sort of work
yeah,
as
I
you got
liked
older?
it. I enjoy it.
Okay. Now, in the time frame just before Mr. Fowler's Big Leroy's death, were you seeing him? Were you guys in contact during that time frame?
Yeah, we were in contact, like not as much as we used to be, but we were definitely in contact. He had worked with us in Vermont. We were building a grow facility up there. He worked there with us. I worked on his house. I did some bending some metal and putting fascia and rake on and stuff like that.
When you say his house, are you talking about?
Well, his and Judy's own together.
Okay, so the one over on Salisbury Beach on
Yeah,
Central Ave.
yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that he was doing some work with you up in Vermont.
Yeah,
What were you guys? What were you building up in Vermont?
we were building a grow facility, like marijuana grow facility.
Okay. And were you staying up in Vermont during the time frame that you were building this house, or were you just driving up there?
We
every
would
day?
drive up, stay a couple days, and then come back.
And did you and Big Leroy drive up together?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during one of those drives, did Big Leroy tell you something that he was sort of concerned about regarding his relationship with Judy?
Yeah, he said he thought she was poisoning him.
Okay. And do you remember what time frame that was in relation to his death? So he died on
Let's see,
he died on
maybe
November 13th, 2022. Do you remember about when that was in relation to the
let's see, maybe October.
Okay. And was that on one of these drives that you were talking about?
Yeah,
up to
it was
Vermont?
a long drive. It was like a 2-hour drive there, 2.5 hours. So we would talk, and it came up in conversation.
Okay. And did he tell you sort of the symptoms that he was feeling as a result of not feeling well?
He said his stomach was bloated, stomach pains,
Judge, I would object
dizziness.
to that.
No, I'm going to overrule that. But I want to give the jury an instruction about the statement that was just attributed to Mr. Fowler by Mr. Hawkins. So I want to give what's known as a limiting instruction regarding this testimony that you just heard from Mr. Hawkins. I gave an instruction earlier. You may recall when Tammy Carbone, Mr. Fowler's sister, was testifying, and she related at that time a statement that she said Ms. Church had made to her, which included something that Mr. Fowler purportedly had said to Ms. Church. It's for you to determine whether and to what extent you credit the testimony that you've just heard of Mr. Hawkins regarding this statement that he says Mr. Fowler made, just as it was up to you to determine whether you credited Ms. Carbone's statement, or testimony rather, about Ms. Church's statement. But to whatever extent that you do credit Mr. Hawkins' testimony, you may only consider the statement that he has attributed to Mr. Fowler for a limited purpose, which is as evidence of Mr. Fowler's state of mind prior to his death. You may consider Mr. Fowler's state of mind in assessing whether or not he ingested ethylene glycol knowingly and intentionally, but you may not consider the statement for the truth of his stated belief regarding the defendant, Ms. Church, and her conduct. That would be an impermissible and forbidden use of that evidence, and it would be unfair to Ms. Church. So you may only consider that statement for that one limited, narrow purpose. Now, Mr. Camellia is going to ask Mr. Hawkins about some additional statements. These other statements don't have that same limiting instruction. I just want to make that clear. You can consider these for whatever purposes you think are relevant. Go ahead, Mr. Camellia.
So you were getting ready to describe for us, sir, the symptoms that Mr. Fowler told you he was having at that time that you had the conversation about the poisoning when he said he was sick.
He was just saying that he would feel dizzy, his stomach was bloated, diarrhea, throwing up. You know, just I think that's about it.
Did he mention having a hard time breathing?
Yeah, he did say he was having a little bit of a hard time breathing.
All right. And so you guys were you staying together at a hotel or a motel
Yes.
out there?
Yeah.
And did you make any observations that night of any what appeared to be health problems he was having at that point?
Yeah, he was having a hard time breathing that night. He was having a terrible time breathing, moaning in his sleep. Yeah, I checked. I got up and checked on him once because it was, it was kind of. But then the next day he was a little bit under the weather, but he seemed all right. He seemed like he was breathing fine.
Okay. Now, I had asked you when that conversation took place, and you said you thought maybe sometime October. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. So we had gone up there
Well,
twice.
let me stop you for 1 sec.
Right.
You remember talking to the police on November 12th, 2022. Do you remember that, having that conversation
Yes.
with the police?
Yes.
And that was recorded. You were aware
Yes.
that was being recorded. Page 5. I got it. Okay. And if I were to show you that that transcript from that conversation with the police, would that help you remember exactly when that conversation took place?
Yes, it would.
All right, let me just point you to page 5, and starting right here, just read that to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that help refresh your memory about how long before Leroy died that this conversation took place?
Yes.
And what was it, sir?
It was, I would say, probably towards the end of October.
Okay. All right. Now, the week that Leroy, Mr. Fowler ended up going to the hospital on November 11th and died on November 13th. The week leading up to that, and again, I'm talking about Big Leroy here, obviously.
Yes.
Had you seen him at all during that week?
I think I seen him a couple of times. So I like I said, I did work over at the house, and then they were giving me a van. He was giving me his van, and for payment for doing the work, like kind of like payment, but.
Sorry, I didn't hear what that was.
He was kind of giving me his van for like payment for doing the work. Like,
Okay.
I didn't need the van, but he didn't want it anymore. So it was kind of like doing him a favor and kind of doing me a favor at the same time.
Okay. What kind of work did you do on the house?
I put I bent aluminum metal to put up on the fascia and rakes, fixed some of the stuff that was dented on the house, just kind of repairs,
Okay.
Fix
And-
maybe the gutter.
And where was this white van that he was going to give you?
It was not, I'm not sure if it's their driveway, but a driveway right out front of the house. If you look to the right, there's a driveway that's all sand.
All
It's
right.
parked there.
And did the van need any work to sort of
Transmission, there was something wrong with the transmission. It was leaking, so it needed a line. I ended up putting a line on it and stuff like that.
And did you and Leroy have a conversation about what work you were going to need to do on the van to sort of?
Yeah,
get it
he
going?
told me it needed oil change, that there was some rot. Not sure exactly what the van needed. I didn't end up really doing any of it and get rid of it, so.
All right. Did, was working on cars or vans or motorcycles something that you and Mr. Fowler, Big Leroy used to do together?
Yeah, we would, here and there, you know, not all the time, but if something broke on a car or my mother's car or something, he would either fix it or ask me to go fix it, or if I didn't know how, he would show me, or,
So he would actually teach you how to do some of
Yeah.
these repairs to the vehicles and stuff?
yeah.
All right. Now, over the course of now we're talking 6 to 8 years before Mr. Fowler's death, did you get the chance to observe him with both Judy? Did you know who Judy Church was?
Not until my mother passed.
Okay, but after, your mom passed in 2017. correct?
Yes,
And after that, did you meet Judy Church?
yes.
Okay, and did you know what the nature of her relationship with Big Leroy
Yeah,
was?
I knew of the relationship between them before they passed, but I didn't know her. You know,
Okay,
me and my mother weren't talking, or I wasn't talking to Leroy at that point in time.
okay. Well, so I'm talking about after that. Did you get, so you knew who Judy was?
Yes,
And did you know that he was also seeing Barbara Randall?
yes.
Okay. And did you get the opportunity at some points in time to observe the two different relationships?
Objection, Judge.
He may answer yes or no if he did, but I may have to see counsel at sidebar. You may answer the question whether you had an opportunity
Yes.
to observe. Okay.
Okay. And how would you characterize the relationship? Let me see how I'm going to say this. How would you characterize how Judy acted towards towards Big Leroy, towards Mr. Fowler?
Objection, Judge.
All right. Let me see counsel at sidebar.
Now, sir, in the years after your mom died and Big Leroy was dating Judy, fair to say you spent time with both of them together? Is that fair?
I would say more with Barbara and Leroy
Okay.
than I did with Judy.
Okay. How many times? How often?
Judge, maybe he lean forward and speak into the mic, please.
Yes.
More with Barbara than Judy and Leroy.
How often would you go over to the house on Central?
I think I was there maybe 5 or 6 times, not too many times.
And did you have some conversations with Judy on some of those occasions when you went over to the house?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. And did you sometimes see both Barbara and Judy at various places around town?
Yeah.
Okay. Texted with Miss Church on occasion?
Yeah, I think so. Not very often. Not very often. I mean, there was a couple, but I don't even kind of remember what they were about.
Okay. And how would you characterize the relationship, the way that so just start with Miss Randall. How did Miss Randall act in her relationship with Big Leroy?
Judge, again, note my objection.
I do. You may answer.
I would say Barbara, she definitely wanted to be with Leroy, but, she could take it or leave it. If he was going to do what he was doing, then he could go back to Judy.
Okay. How about Judy? Did she feel the same way?
Judy was a little bit...
It's overruled. You may answer.
Judy, she was a little bit more aggressive, I would say. She would follow him around, drive by Barbara's house, show up places they were at.
Be stricken.
Let me just ask, are you saying that based on what she told you, or you saw, what's the basis for
I've
saying
seen her drive by when I was there. I've watched her drive by.
is that the basis for you saying she would drive by his house?
Yeah, Barbara's house.
All right, I will allow
I
that.
seen it once that she drove by.
Okay.
She went by, turned around, came back by.
I will allow that to stand. Next question, please.
All right. Thank you. Now, did Leroy drink much?
Not much. He used to never drink, but then I think he started drinking a little bit. But he never drank with me really, no.
Okay.
So
You knew that he used cocaine from time to time, is that fair?
yeah.
Okay. What sort of drinks and food did he like?
Sugary drinks. He liked sugar, chocolate milk, Pepsi, root beer, Powerade, Gatorade.
Did you ever know Leroy to take anything sort of in place of alcohol, or any random things in place of alcohol or cocaine?
No.
Did Leroy appear at all suicidal to you in that last week of his life?
Objection.
Overruled. You may give your perception if you saw anything about him that appeared suicidal.
No, maybe a little confused, but not suicidal, no.
Thank you. I don't know anything further, Judge.
Mr. Narkunis.
Thank you, Judge. You indicated that, Mr. Hawkins, you believe Judy Church drive by once when you were at Barbara's house.
Yeah.
And that would have been over the relationship was what, 10, 12 years?
Barbara and you.
Judy and Leroy Sr., right? And then the relationship started in 2012 with Barbara?
I don't know when any of the relationships started. Like I said, I wasn't around at that point.
Years, right?
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
Many years, right?
Yeah,
Not 2 years, not 3 years, not 4 years, not 5 years, right?
I would say it would be many of years.
Recall thinking once you saw her drive by the home, right?
Once I was there, I wasn't there all the time.
That's obviously you couldn't see her drive by if you weren't there, sir, right?
I'm talking about, so I seen her one time when I was there, drive by.
Over all of the years that you visited to Barbara, correct?
I didn't visit Barbara for years. I had just met Barbara after my mother died in 2017.
And from 2017 to 2022 is 5 years, right?
Yep.
All right. So during that 5-year period, we're narrowing it down. When you were there, you saw her drive by once, you believe, right?
Yes.
And Barbara lives where, sir?
Walton Road, I believe.
And it's a common road within the city, in the town of Salisbury?
It sure is.
Okay. A lot of traffic go by on that road?
Yeah, there's a school there.
If you're going to other places or other events or other stores, you might get down that road?
I would say, yeah.
All right.
I would suppose, yeah, there's nothing down there besides the school. But yeah.
Now, in 2022, you went in and you gave a written statement, or you gave a recorded statement to the police department, correct?
Yeah.
November 12th, 2022, right?
Yeah.
And that took place at a private house, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And that was the home of Mr. Eaton, right?
Yes, it was.
And present also at that point in time was Leroy III, correct?
Yes.
Tammy Carbone, right?
I didn't see Tammy, no.
Tammy was there giving a statement that day?
She might have been there earlier in the day or maybe in another room. When I came in, the cop took me into a separate room. I came in the door, went into another room. I didn't.
Within the house, right?
Within the house,
All on
yes.
the same floor, right?
Yes. I don't know the layout of the house. It was my first time being in it, but yes.
Who called you to come to that meeting?
My little brother, little Leroy.
And Leroy, to your knowledge, had set up that meeting with the police, right?
Yeah, because I didn't want to come forward.
And you had had some conversation with Leroy III before you got there, right?
Yeah,
About what was going on, what do we think happened, right?
yeah.
Now, and afterwards you all talk again, right? After you all gave your statements, correct?
I think I left right away. I didn't stick around too long.
Would it be fair to say that you understood the purpose of the meeting to be able to help the police in the investigation of why Leroy Sr. died, right?
I don't know if I was helping or not. I was just telling what was said to me.
The question was, you knew the purpose was to do that, correct?
Was to go speak. My little brother, we had spoke about this.
Let me ask you the question, all right? You went
Judge,
there.
objection. Can he answer the question?
Well, it depends whether he's answering or not, but.
Sounded like he
you ha-
was
If,
trying.
you have to give him I think Mr. Narkunis at least sensed that he wasn't about to answer the question that was put. Put another question and let's see where that takes us.
Went to the home of William Eaton to speak to the police, correct?
Yes, and then
And you understood the purpose, lean forward into the mic, sir. You understood the purpose of that to be to see if you could assist them as they investigate why Leroy Sr. died.
yes,
correct?
yeah,
And so therefore you came there to give them whatever help, whatever knowledge you had that could assist them.
yes,
correct?
yes,
Now, you were then asked about, as part of that meeting on that, back in November 12th of 2022, about going up to Vermont, right?
yeah,
And at that point in time, you told them you thought it was 2.5 weeks earlier than November 12th, correct?
yeah. It could have been.
All right. And
I wasn't sure of the
you
exact
showed me
date.
the transcript, and you
I'm
saw,
not. I wasn't sure of the exact date that we went. I'm still not sure. It's not like I kept a date of when. There's a lot of jobs in between.
fair to say that on November 12th of 2022, your memory was better of what took place in the previous 2 weeks
Yeah,
than it would be today in 2026, correct?
I would say yeah.
Okay. And when they asked you, when do you thought that was on November 12th, you thought it was perhaps 2.5 weeks earlier, right?
Yeah,
But then they asked you to explain what took place then, right?
yeah. I guess yes.
You talked to them about a conversation, just yes or no, sir. You talked to them about a conversation you had with Leroy Sr., correct?
Yes.
And here today, when Mr. Camilio asked you about that, you indicated you thought that he had told you that he was having vomiting problems, correct?
Yep,
That I'm throwing up and I don't feel well, correct?
yep,
And I get sick in relation to that, right?
yes,
And this was on the ride from Salisbury to Vermont, correct?
yes, it was.
Well, the grow facility was in Vermont, right?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think of where we left from. I'm trying to remember where we met at. But yes, it was from Salisbury to Vaughan. It might have been Newton that we met and we drove together, but I think it was Salisbury.
Well, it's a long time ago again. It's
Yeah.
hard to remember all these things, right?
Not everything, but little details like that, yeah.
And in terms of, again, the meeting, they told you it would be helpful to them if you told them everything you could remember, correct?
Yes,
And they also told you at the end of that meeting, if there's anything else that comes to your mind, call us. And they gave you a business card, right?
yeah.
And is it fair to say that in the context of that meeting, you never told them back in 2022 about anything happening in the hotel? You never told them about any type of observations you made that evening of Senior, correct?
Correct.
And,
I don't know if that's correct.
well, let me show you the transcript, sir. When they ask, may I approach, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Can I ask you to look at that paragraph here? Read that to yourself, sir, and then look up when you're done.
Yeah, yes.
And that, sir,
Just for the record, Judge, can I ask what page?
that's page 5, and that would be
Thank you.
lines 11 through 17. And that was the extent of what you told the police back in 2022 about your memory of that trip, right?
So I didn't want to,
Sir, what's in the is that it that you told them then? That's the question.
yeah, I guess if that's what it says in the transcript.
Did Mr. Camilio or anybody else from his office give you an opportunity to look at this transcript prior to coming in here today?
No,
I told you, sir, there's no other place in there where you mention anything else about anything happening in Vermont. But you have a better memory here today, 4 years later, about additional information that took place at the hotel?
I didn't want to talk to the police at all. Wanted nothing to do with this.
Well, you actually gave them like 30 pages of material, sir, right?
Prior conversations along when they're asking a lot of questions and I'm answering.
So you're driving up for 3 hours. You indicate to them there's no disability of Mr. Fowler's, Leroy Fowler III, on the trip up. You don't stop. He doesn't say, I'm sick, let me get out. Any of those things, correct?
No, none of it.
And you're going up there to do a construction project, right?
Yes,
And you left at 4:30 in the morning, right?
yes.
And you get up there and you work for what, 8 hours?
I think the first day we didn't work 8 hours.
You work 8 hours.
There was stuff that wasn't there that we needed.
Well, you didn't tell anybody that he couldn't work when you get up there. You didn't say,
No,
hey, Mr. Camilio, right?
I never said he was sick when he went up there. I said he had a hard time breathing that night. I don't know what was the matter with him.
Could it have been the cocaine that he takes?
He didn't take none when he was with me unless he was doing it somewhere else.
How would you know that, sir?
I just said unless he was doing it somewhere else.
How would you know he didn't take it up there when he was with you?
I said he didn't take it with me. In my vicinity,
Were you doing it also at that time?
no, I don't do cocaine.
So at the times that you're observing him, did he go into the bathroom when he was up there with you?
Yeah, sure.
Did you go into the bathroom with him?
No, that's what I'm saying. He could have done it when I wasn't there.
How long had you known Mr. Leroy Sr. to be doing cocaine?
You know, honestly, I think maybe 2002, maybe he started doing it.
How many years?
I'd say it'd be 23, 21, something like that. 20.
And also doing Percocets?
I never knew him to do Percocet.
Now, when you also saw him in the days immediately leading up to November 11th when he went into the hospital, correct?
I believe so, yeah. I believe I was there working on the house.
And he came by a couple times, and you encountered him when you were working on the van, right?
Yes.
And you thought that was Wednesday or Thursday of that week, right?
Yes.
And you told the police he was fine then, right?
Yeah. It didn't seem
You
like
said, he said he was all right and everything was going good, right?
Yeah.
And on November 10th, you also talked to him, right?
If it says so there, it's been a while.
And he also told you at that time that he was feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Now, while you were working on the van out there, you were also doing some sort of engine repair?
I think it was low on oil and the transmission line was broken.
You were trying to check on the fluids, right? You
Yeah.
checked on did you check on the brake fluid? Did you check on the transmission fluid?
I checked on the brake fluid. I checked the transmission fluid.
You checked the antifreeze, right?
No, I didn't. It really wasn't overheating, so that wasn't the problem. So I didn't check any of that. No, it was. I think it was the brakes, the transmission, and that's it. I think. I mean, it was a piece of shit.
If he wanted to work that weekend, right? And when you were talking to him, you told the police he seemed fine when you were asking him those questions, right?
Yeah.
Then you were asked about his favorite drinks, and one of his favorite drinks was red Powerade, correct?
Yeah, he preferred that one. He would drink them all, but he preferred that color.
Well, right. You were asked if there was a particular color that he liked best, and you said that was red Powerade, right?
Yeah.
Now, you indicated that growing up, Mr. Leroy Fowler Sr. came to live with your mother, right, Julie?
They lived together. He didn't come live in our home, but they lived together. They moved together into the same place together.
But they didn't live in the same house, but they lived together?
He didn't come live at, my mother didn't have her own place, and then he came and moved in.
Okay.
They went and lived in a motel for a while together.
And how many years did that go on, their relationship?
Pretty much till she died. Well, she was with Judy. Well, he was with Judy. He was still kind of with my mother.
So he left your mother to go with Judy, right?
Yeah.
Correction, Judge. That was not the answer.
No, well, that was not, yeah, that was certainly not consistent with what Mr. Hawkins had just said, Mr. Norconis.
May I proceed with that question, Judge?
Go ahead.
He left your mother to go live with Judy Church, right?
I don't know what happened at that point in time. I wasn't talking to them. From what I hear, he was living with Judy, yes. But I don't know, I don't know exactly what was going on in their lives. I wasn't talking.
He had been with your mother, right?
Yeah.
And he's no longer with your mother, and you found out he was with Judy Church, correct?
Yes.
And your mother's still alive, but she's ill, right?
Yes.
Sick. And were you resentful over that he left your sick mother to go with Judy Church?
At that point, I think my mother should have left him a long time ago. There was a lot before Judy.
Well, didn't you tell the police that he came back to help her?
He always came back to help her. He wasn't at.
So either you disliked him or you thought he was a good guy, even though he left your mother. Let's skip that question.
Huh?
Now, You don't have any particular training or education, sir, in being able to tell how people's emotional states reflect their mindset, right? You don't have any training.
No,
And the amount of times that you spent with Mr. Fowler and Judy Church, would any of that have been over Judy Church's house?
no, not really. I mean, a couple of times I went in and just came in for a second and left. I don't know Miss Church that great. I've only met her probably 6 or 7 times. Maybe more, but not that I can remember. Not many.
When you know, are you making characterizations of people? You do that because you might have a social relationship with them, right? You might go to a couple of the joints in Salisbury, have a beer together, right?
Can you rephrase that? Can you rephrase that? I don't understand what you asked.
So you never went out to dinner with Leroy
No,
Judy Church?
no.
You never, you said Leroy didn't drink, so he wouldn't go to bars, right?
He didn't when I was every day in his life. No, he wasn't a drinker.
And
Later on, he started socially drinking, I think.
And there weren't cookouts at Judy Church's house that you'd go to and see.
I think I went to one day. Believe I went and stopped in for a few minutes.
For a few minutes.
Yeah, I believe he was trying to give me a jet ski out of the yard or something.
So over the years, the total amount of time you might have spent with Judy Church might equal a week?
Not even.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Did you ever, at any point in time after the meeting with the police on November 12th, 2022, contact them and go back to their station to update any information they may have?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Camilio, any redirect?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Mr. Narkunis showed you the transcript of your conversation with the police on November 12th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he showed you only page 5 of that particular transcript, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 17. Fair to say, sir, that this document here is the same document that he showed you. Here's page 5 that he showed you.
Yes.
And then there was another, as he said, another 30 pages. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that's all contained within this particular document here. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on page 16 of the document, Detective Verney, who was one of the 2 officers who was having the conversation with you, Detective Verney and Trooper Williams, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, on page 16 of the transcript, Detective Verney says to you, one last question about the ride up, because, I mean, that was 2.5 weeks ago, and you answered, yeah. And then Detective Verney said, how did that conversation kind of start? Did he just bring it up out of the blue? And you said he just brought it up out of the blue because we were driving up there and it was early in the morning. It was 5 o'clock. And then you go on to say it was a 2.5 hour ride. You continued.
Objection, Judge.
Well, you're just simply reading from his transcript?
I
right
am,
now?
Judge.
I'll see counsel at sidebar so I can see the transcript.
L for ID.
All right, sir, we were, I was actually reading from the transcript of your interview with the police on November 12, 2022, when we went to sidebar. So I'm just going to pick up. Now on page 17, and he stated, we were just driving about an hour in the drive, and he's like, yeah, I've been feeling like shit again. I think she's poisoning me. And Detective Verney then asked, did he describe what the sickness was? And you said, throwing up, vomiting, dizziness, diarrhea, having a hard time breathing. You know what I mean? And when we stayed in the motel up there, he was hardly breathing. Like that night, I had to get up and check on him and say, hey, are you all right? And just ask you, sir, just take a look at page 17. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. So the implication that you didn't tell the police about that back in November 12th, 2022 was not correct, was it?
Yeah, it was false.
Nothing further.
Mr. Norkunis.
How many days were you up there, sir, doing construction?
I think that time we were there 3 days, 3 or 4 days.
Mr. Fowler worked 8 hours a day with you on construction?
The last 3 days,
Okay.
probably. But like I said, the first day we were missing some materials that we needed to get started. So we only did, laying out and stuff like that.
You got to get materials.
Yeah.
You got to get all set up.
Yeah.
To start a construction project, right?
Yes.
And then he worked full-time with you, right? They did,
Until we left, however many days it was until we left, yeah.
And then you drive 3.5 hours home, right?
Yeah,
And your statement was, he made statements to you on the way up, right?
yeah,
And then you thought he was breathing hard in the evening, right?
yeah.
After you didn't know whether that was attributable to the cocaine he took, right? Or the construction project, right?
Like I said, I never seen him take any cocaine. Never once in my life. Never once.
Took cocaine.
I knew he took it, but I never saw him take it.
Now, and you didn't feel it was necessary to encourage him, tell him, let's go to the hospital, let's have a doctor check you?
He had a pacemaker. He had other ailments, I believe. He had a pacemaker and other ailments. He was away from his machine. I never encouraged him to go to the doctors.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. You may step down.
Thank you.
First, we'll take the morning recess now. We got going late, so we took the break right. We'll take a 20-minute morning recess.
All rise. Judge, leave your notebooks on the chair. Judge on the floor.
Well, no other witnesses are testifying on Thursday, so that's why we tried to do it.
We'll be in recess for 20 minutes. Oh, yes, Mr. Scott.
Is there any chance we could address the microphone issue? I would like to get some clarification.
Okay, clarification of what?
Open court or sidebar, Judge?
Regarding the recording issue?
Yes, so, well, my concern is, I think the court suggested that we were being overheard.
I wasn't quite sure.
Again-
Ms. Draper, what was it that,
Your Honor, when I saw Ms. Strasnick and Mr. Scully confer, they were conferring with the microphone in the middle. I don't know if the mute button was pressed. It just,
Okay.
it just raised that I should alert the court just to remind the parties that if in fact they are going to confer near a microphone, to please be sure to press the mute
so
button.
my admonition or caution was only based on Ms. Draper telling me that. I wasn't exactly sure what she was basing her.
I wasn't either. And just for the record, why I brought it up is I had been scrupulously using the button to speak to Ms. Church.
Okay.
Wanted to make sure we weren't learning that that was flawed.
No,
But Ms. Strasnick and I didn't. We just leaned over.
Okay, all right. That's
Out of habit.
that's what prompted it.
I need a reminder.
All right,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Court, all rise. Court will stand in recess for 20 minutes.
Who was that?
Crime lab.
So, Judge, we got a couple of things worth bringing up, I think. One is I prepared an exhibit, which is all the photographs Jessica Brown took at the crime lab on a thumb drive. I also added to that a set of other photographs taken by an adjacent department, I think evidence collection. I don't think there's no dispute as to what those photographs are, but I'm not sure, she didn't take them, I don't think. But I would seek to introduce the full set and ask her to comment on what she knows and doesn't know. I think what she doesn't know is, from a defense perspective, potentially as important as what she does know.
The photographs are of what?
The evidence that was collected at the search warrant.
Okay, from 108 Central?
Right, so in particular, she didn't photograph the Sunkissed Orange, and the Sunkissed Orange can is not, as of yet, an exhibit.
Okay.
But there was one taken, and it is photographed, and that in particular photograph I would like to question her about, because contents were taken from that Sunkissed Orange in the photograph, removed, put in a vial, sent to NMS for testing to see if it had ethylene glycol. So I think she's the only crime lab witness coming in. I don't think there's another witness that could.
So she can authenticate the photos she took, but there's additional photographs that she may not be able to authenticate, but they were from the scene, and you're hoping to get those in as well.
Well, I'd make the motion to get them in right now to clarify as the next exhibit, so that there's no issue about their admissibility, because I think it's just a foundation question. We've been stipulating the foundation.
Mr. Camilio, what's your position with respect to the photographs?
Well, I have no problem with admitting all the photographs that she took, but the other ones, I don't think it's fair to ask her about photographs that she didn't take or evidence that she didn't look at. So
She may or may not be able to speak to those things. I mean, people can if she's at the scene, looked at photographs of a bunch of items, she may or may not be able to comment knowledgeably about other photographs. Do you have any objection to him putting the questions and see if she can speak to them or not?
no, I mean, if she can talk about them, she can talk about them. I just don't think, based on what she's told me, she hasn't. Those photographs are not ones that she took or saw.
Are these photographs of the same items or different items?
Well, she never took a photograph of the Fanta can because she never looked at the Fanta can. So
Okay.
If that's the particular issue, then I think she's going to say, I didn't look at the Fanta can.
Which may be the point that Mr. Scully wants to elicit.
Perhaps.
But in terms of the jury having access to the other photographs that she can't herself authenticate, do you have any issue with that?
Mr. Scully just showed them to me. I don't think so, but at just sort of an abundance of caution, I would have no problem with the ones she took. The other ones I'm going to have to look at again with Mr. Scully.
All right. They're all on the same thumb drive at the moment, but the jury's only going to see whatever any one of you are choosing to put in front of this witness right now.
Right. So we'll need a break before cross-examination. The photographs the prosecutor will recognize them in 30 seconds. They provided us to discovery in a thumb drive. He'll see there, I think, 27 of them or 33 of them in a row. He'll recognize them all. But we will need a break, it sounds like.
Well, I don't.
No, I don't think we need a break. You can pull up any individual photograph, even and ask if the witness can comment on it. The only question is whether Mr. Camilli is objecting to all of them being part of the evidence. Right. But you can see if she can comment on any of these other photographs.
But my issue is before she comments on it, right? I'm moving them in as an exhibit, and then I'll pull them up on the screen and say, "What's been marked exhibit so and so? Do you recognize it? Yes or no?" I know for 17 photos she's going to recognize it.
Pull them up now and let them take a look at it.
Yeah, we can put them on the screen.
Go ahead.
Can you pull them up? Well, while we're pulling them up, the other thing I wanted to mention is there's another witness on the witness list for the prosecution today, Delaria. He was the one wearing the body-worn camera at the first when the first responders came. That body-worn camera is already in as an exhibit. It's already been watched. Our objection would be he can't come in and now narrate the body-worn camera, what he sees and what's on it.
Only the defense gets to do that, is my memory.
Well, what are you intending to do with Delaria?
I intend to have him say what he saw and heard and did while he was at the house.
Okay.
This is that same objection that Your Honor said you didn't want us to do. I did it, right? I asked them questions. I kind of narrowed the focus to
You asked who?
I asked the officer who testified about the video footage that Judy Church took of Leroy Fowler. And I asked a series of questions about what was on that footage,
Right.
what was said, what was heard, and just I kind of focused on a few areas. And after, there was no objection. After, the court said, no more of that, and wouldn't have let Attorney Norkunis do it to the next set of camera. But this seems to be what the prosecution wants to do now.
I don't know what they will do, but I made a point at sidebar when we had this discussion that I make a distinction between somebody who's in no better position than the jury to say what the jury has just seen. I typically don't permit that. If someone is involved on the scene, I do permit some explanation of what's going on at a particular moment in a video, because they're there and they can shed some light beyond what the jury may be able to see. I don't know what the Commonwealth's intending to do. If you've got an objection to any what you call narration that's going on, I'll rule on it at the time.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just,
now
I'll try to figure it out, but I'm still trying to tease out how that's different. What's about to happen is different from what I did.
Well,
the
difference is what you were playing a video of the videos that Ms. Church had taken of Mr. Fowler, correct? That's what you were talking about? All right. Those videos that Ms. Church took of Ms. Fowler, the Sergeant Strong or whoever was on the stand wasn't involved, wasn't there, wasn't a participant in these things. And you're saying, did you hear him say this? Did you hear him say that? Did you see him do this? Did you see him do that? That was simply highlighting for the jury what they saw. Strong's in no better position than the jury to say any of those things. That's different than somebody who was present in a scene captured by a surveillance video, for example, who can say, this, yeah, you can't see it, but right off the camera, there's somebody standing right here, or those sorts of things. That's the point I'm making.
But what you didn't let Mr. Norkunis do is there was a body-worn camera of a sidewalk interview.
Judge, just
Wait, let me finish, Mr.
maybe
Prosecutor.
I could just
Let me just finish.
a little faster. If I could just say one thing, I have no intention of asking him to narrate the video.
Okay, there we go. He's not going to have him narrate the video.
Objection
All right.
withdrawn.
Did you pull up the photos?
Yeah.
Mr. Camilio,
I can only see one, Judge.
I'm sorry?
We have to go. Yeah, I can only see. I'm looking at them. No, she didn't take them, but it's her.
Those are her initials on there.
Are we seeing right now the witness's actual photographs?
No.
No, those are on a different file, not
Okay.
objected to.
Okay, so these are the ones that were not taken by the witness.
Right. Taken at the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Her initials are on the bags, at least some of them.
I would like to avoid having to bring in somebody else to merely authenticate these photos. I mean, I don't know what,
These are the most important ones here, because this is the only photographs from the crime lab of the Sunkus can, which was collected, but we don't know which of the two, and then was, a sample was taken out of it and sent to the laboratory. So I'm trying to show, like, here it is at the crime lab. This is the one, or the Fanta, I'm sorry, I called it Sunkus, but Fanta. So this is really kind of ground zero for these, but there is also, the Powerade is in there.
is that the end of the photos? Have they ended?
That's the last one.
All right, Mr. Camilio?
I certainly don't have any objection to the Fanta photographs. The other ones, I don't have any idea what they're relevant to, but whatever. They don't seem to.
I don't know that they have any relevance either. I don't think they're going to shed much light for the jury on anything, but they also may be neither here nor there, and so therefore not prejudicial. If they're on the same thumb drive, I don't have a problem with them coming in. So, all right, we'll be able to mark the thumb drive.
Thank you. Should we do that now, Judge?
Sure. Let's bring our jury in.
This will be 33, so Mark, thank you.
to see in case anyone wants to look at it. She has it, or you guys can see it.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Bill, we're good to go.
All right for the judge?
But yes, not right.
Be seated.
Jessica Brown.
You'd raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and a nice loud voice. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Jessica Brown, Brown.
And ma'am, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you been an employee of the State Police Crime Lab?
A little over 20 years.
Okay. And what is your current position, ma'am?
I'm a Forensic Scientist 3, which is a supervisor in the Trace, Arson, and Explosives Unit.
Okay. And real briefly, could you tell the jury a little bit about your education prior to coming to the lab?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry from Colgate University and a Master of Science in Forensic Science from Florida International University.
Okay. And after getting those degrees, did you go into forensic science as a profession?
Yes, I actually received my graduate degree while I was employed at the crime lab.
Okay. So since graduating from college, you've been at the crime lab and got that master's degree while working at the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you do continuing education and training as a member of the crime lab?
Yes.
What sort of training and ongoing trainings do you participate in?
So you would do an in-house training at the start of your employment, regardless of which unit you're in. You would be trained in whatever testing for that unit. We are also required to have continuing education annually. That could be a specialized training by instrument manufacturers for the instrumentation that we utilize in casework. Could be specialized training by our federal entities like the FBI, DEA, or ATF. Or it could be professional membership meetings for various forensic science organizations.
Right. As a member of the Trace, Arson, and Explosives Unit, what are your normal duties?
So I oversee other forensic scientists in that unit, as well as performing casework in fire debris analysis, which are arson cases, in primer gunshot residue cases, in explosives cases, and other miscellaneous cases, which tend to be poisonings.
Okay, so this You got involved in the investigation into the death of an individual named Leroy Fowler. That's sort of one of those miscellaneous type cases.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And fair to say that your role in this particular case was just to actually sample some liquids, and by sample I mean take them out of containers, put them in other containers, and have them sent to a lab that could do some additional testing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Back in 2022, when this case started, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab did not test for ethylene glycol, correct?
In non-biological samples, correct.
Okay. So that means that if someone wanted to test for ethylene glycol in liquid or in like water or whatever, that's not a test the lab could do.
At the time of the case in 2022, correct.
Okay. So you were asked to sample, initially in January of 2023, you were asked to prepare 3 samples for a send out to another forensic lab called NMS, correct?
I actually sampled those in December of 2022, but yes, those samples were prepared at that time for send out.
Okay, so December 2022. And what were the 3 samples of liquid that you were asked to send out at that period of time?
So at that period of time, there was an item labeled 2-1. It was a Rain-X de-icer container, and that contained an orange liquid. Item 2-2 was a Powerade fruit punch bottle, and that contained also an orange liquid. And item 2-4 was a sealed specimen container that also had an orange liquid.
Okay. With respect to the de-icer bottle, ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 22 in this case. And does that look essentially what item 2-1 appeared to be at the time that you took it?
Aside from being able to look at the numbers specifically for the UPC code and the lot number print that was on it, it does appear similar to that bottle that I examined.
All right. And then show you what's been marked as Exhibit 20. Does that appear also to be similar to the Powerade bottle that you sampled back in December 2022?
It is a Powerade bottle, but again, without referencing the UPC codes or other documented numbers that I noted in my case file, I would not be able to confirm.
Up on the top little part of the bottle, there is a lab number.
Yes.
Is that something you would have put on there or somebody else at the lab would have put on there just to mark it as the actual Powerade bottle?
I myself did not mark that, but yes, that would have been added at the laboratory. I couldn't say for sure who did, but that is the laboratory associated for this case.
All right.
Judge, I would make a motion to stipulate. I don't know if you want to hear that at sidebar or just do it on the fly.
A motion to stipulate to what?
That these are the items that were taken from Judy Church's house and put to this crime lab for her examination.
You agree to the stipulation, Mr. Committee? Right. A stipulation, jurors, is simply an agreement by counsel for both sides that whatever facts are stipulated to are true and can be accepted as true by you without the need for any further supporting evidence. So in this case, the parties are stipulating orally that those 2 items are in fact the items, that the ones just shown to the witness, Ms. Brown, are the items that were seized from Ms. Church's house.
All right. And the third item that you described for us was, you said, a specimen jar that had an orange liquid in it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think the defense might also agree to this, but I'll just ask the question. You understood that to have been a liquid that had been taken out of a Fanta can and put into an open Fanta can and put into that specimen jar so that it wouldn't leak all over the place?
Yes, that's my understanding.
We so stipulate.
All right, so with respect to the item that's been described as 2-4 by the witness, which I think she had said was a sealed specimen container, there's a stipulation by the parties, which you may now accept, that the liquid in that particular sealed container, item 2-4, came from a Fanta can.
All right.
That was taken from, I guess, the premises 108 Central.
Correct.
In Salisbury.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scully. Now, with respect to those 3 items, ma'am, what were you going to do in order to sample some of the liquid and send it out to the NMS labs for further testing?
So typically with these types of cases, we would document the items with photographs. Because 2 of those items were further requested for fingerprints and DNA analysis, we would appropriately wear personal protective equipment to ensure no contamination and minimize the handling of the evidence when sampling the liquid. So for item 2-1 and 2-2, I did those appropriate measures and steps to ensure no contamination, sampled the liquids, and put them in the supplied containers to be sent for send out to NMS. For item 2-4, since it had already been removed from the container that fingerprints and DNA had been requested on, that was not further submitted to our crime scene services unit or criminalistics unit for that type of testing and preparation. So I just sampled it after taking photographs.
And to sample the Powerade and to sample the de-icer, just take a little pipette and pipette out a little bit and put it in the little cylinder supplied by NMS. Is that fair?
Yes, so yes, a pipette was utilized to sample out the liquids.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you a photograph, ma'am. Okay, great. And do you recognize what I'm showing you in that particular photograph right there?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
So this is item 2-2 for laboratory number 22-24257. It has the date as well as my initials in this photograph.
All right. And is that true and accurate representation of the way the Powerade bottle looked when you first received it?
Yes.
Okay. Ron, I don't know if this is the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Scully?
No objection, Your Honor.
Next exhibit.
Exhibit 34, so Mark.
Put that up for a second on the screen so everyone can see it. Is that
Yes.
something you can see? Okay,
Yes.
great. And that is a true and accurate representation of what we just marked as Exhibit 34?
Yes.
All right. So it was that little orange liquid at the bottom you would have sampled out of, how much did you take out approximately?
It was more than 5 milliliters. It's my understanding that NMS has a restriction on the amount of liquid that they would test, so I had to take out at least 5 milliliters.
5 milliliters?
Milliliters, excuse me.
All right, and so that would go into a little cylinder provided by NMS, gets sealed up, and that one is ready to go out. Fair?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Do the same thing with the Rain-X?
Yes.
Okay, take a little 5 millimeters, 7 milliliters out or so, and put it in a little cylinder, and that goes off to NMS?
Yes.
Okay, and then same with the liquid that was in the specimen jar. Take a little sample of that, put it in the little cylinder, and off it goes.
Yes.
Okay. While sampling the Powerade, did you make any observations about the liquid that was inside of the Powerade?
Yes. So as part of our examinations, we will typically note if there are characteristic odors. This is more so for our fire debris cases, but also for miscellaneous cases. So we will note if there is a specific odor that can be characterized. For the item 2-2, I noted that there was a fruity odor.
All right. Now, later on in the as the investigation continued, were you provided with 2 more samples, 2 more items that you were asked to sample to send off for further testing at NMS Labs?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those 2 items that you were asked to sample and send out to NMS?
So as part of submission 6 to the laboratory, there were 2 unopened containers that were submitted, items 6-1 and 6-2. Those were an unopened container of the Rain-X de-icer and an unopened container of Shop Pro Antifreeze.
Okay. And again, perhaps Mr. Scully would stipulate that those were the 2 items that were purchased by the state police and sent to the crime lab for comparison testing, and those had nothing to do with anything ever owned by Miss Church or anyone else involved in the case. Those were purchased at the store just for a comparison of the contents of those items.
No objection. I would stipulate to that.
All right, so that stipulation has been entered. So when you hear about unopened bottles of Rain-X and Antifreeze, you now understand they were purchased by the state police for comparison purposes and sent to the lab for sampling and sending out to this NMS entity.
And so you did the same thing with those liquids that you did with the other liquids that we just discussed as part of, that were part of the submission number 2-1, 2-2, 2-4?
Yes.
Okay. Right. And just, hopefully it was clear, but just so it's clear, all you did was facilitate getting those liquids from the crime lab in Massachusetts to NMS so that they could do the testing, and you actually yourself didn't do any testing on any of those liquids.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Scully.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few, I think, questions and follow-up, if that's all right.
Certainly.
Okay. So if we could pull up what's been previously marked Exhibit 33, Judge, during the break for cross-examination purposes and to show the jury.
Ms. Jurors, I doubt any of you are keeping track of the exhibits, but if you are, we admitted an exhibit in your absence. Exhibit 33 is a thumb drive containing photographs taken by lab personnel. Some, I think you'll hear, were taken by Ms. Brown, some by other, at least one other person. But these are photographs of various items that ended up with the Mass State Police Crime Laboratory. This is Exhibit 33, and there's a photograph up on the screen right now from this exhibit. Go ahead, Mr. Scully.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So the first photograph here is of the Rain-X de-icer, item number 2-1. It has a ruler and your initials in the foreground, correct?
Correct.
And did you actually take that photograph?
I did.
And there's a stipulation that basically provides that this is the item that you photographed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
What's the exhibit number that
sorry,
you're holding?
Thank you for the clarification on it. Exhibit 22 is the Rain-X bottle. Right?
Is there a question for the witness?
I just need a moment if I could, Your Honor. Okay. And this bottle of de-icer by Rain-X, Exhibit 22, contains an orange fluid in it, right?
Yes, an orange liquid.
An orange liquid. And it has a label affixed to it explaining certain ingredients and precautions, right?
Yes.
And it does say on the label, this product contains a bittering agent, right?
Unfortunately, I'd have to actually read the label to confirm that.
You may.
That line right there. Kind of hard.
Yes, it says this product contains a bittering agent.
Okay, and there's a sentence under that that looks like it's tough to read, but can you read it?
It is partially obscured. It appears to be talking about how to store and transport it.
Okay. All right, but you can clearly see that there's a bittering agent, at least on the label here, right?
It is labeled that it contains a bittering agent.
Okay. Now, are you aware of a product called denatonium benzoate?
That is definitely a compound.
Okay, and do you know what it is?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. Are you aware of Mass General Law? Just a minute, Judge. Sorry. Chapter 94, Section 303N, that requires a product called denatonium benzoate to be included in engine coolant and antifreeze products in Massachusetts that have more than 10% ethylene glycol?
I'm not familiar with that general law.
Okay. In your role at the Mass State Police lab in 2022, you've got this bottle. It says bittering agent on it. Did you take any steps to determine whether or not there was in fact a bittering agent in that bottle?
I performed no testing for this case.
Okay. And what about samples were prepared from that bottle, correct?
A sample was taken from the bottle and sent out for testing.
To NMS, the laboratory, right?
Correct.
And with instructions to test for ethylene glycol, is that correct?
Yes.
Were instructions given to also test for a bittering agent?
You'd have to ask the NMS folks.
But wouldn't the instructions come from Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab? Like, this is what we want you to do?
Since my unit does not do the send-outs for that type of testing, I couldn't confirm what type of communication is made between NMS and the laboratory.
Okay. All right, so you don't know, and is there somebody at the crime lab? You've got different units, right?
Yes.
You got a DNA unit to check DNA?
A DNA test for DNA.
And you've got a unit that specializes in fingerprints?
Crime scene services.
Crime scene services, and you've got your unit, which was trace arson?
Trace arson and explosives.
Right, so you've got these different units. And you've got a case like this that comes in the door that's, I think you described it as miscellaneous.
That's the type of testing that would be performed within my unit.
Okay. And so you've got this evidence coming in, fair to say, to the crime lab, and it's going to go through these different departments, right?
Yes.
Is there one person at the crime lab whose job it is to know what each of the different units are doing?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
So in other words, you don't know what happened in the fingerprint unit, right?
You mean as far as the type of testing that they performed?
Yeah, in this case, do you know what happened?
All I know is that I sent those containers on for fingerprints by our crime scene services section.
Okay. And you didn't participate in the DNA testing that was done, right?
Correct. I performed no testing in this case.
Right. So you've got these different departments, including yours. What I'm wondering is there one person at the lab who's sort of the captain, the team leader, who's going to make sure that that they know what everybody's doing and what the results are?
I don't know if it's really about what the results are. We do have a case management unit that is sort of like a point person for requests for testing, but I can't confirm what that unit does or does not communicate to agencies and or NMS.
To your knowledge, was there a single person at the crime lab who would have an overview of all the different steps taken and where the evidence went and how it was tested and what the results were? One person with a name.
Again, I would anticipate that that person would reside in case management, but I couldn't tell you who that was.
In this case, you don't know who that was?
No, I don't know if there was one person who was responsible for all of the testing as well as all the results and communications.
Okay, fair enough. So a sample from the Rain-X gets sent to NMS to be tested for ethylene glycol, right?
That is my understanding of what the send-out testing was requested.
But unknown about a bittering agent, right?
Again, I can't speak for NMS and what they test for.
Okay. Or even what Mass State Police Crime Lab asked them to test for. You can't speak to that either.
Correct.
But you can speak to the fact that they were told to test for ethylene glycol.
The sample was submitted to the laboratory with the request to test for ethylene glycol. And since my unit at the time did not do that testing, we had to send it out to NMS for that type of testing.
Okay. Next picture, please. We could just scroll through Next. 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 All right, this is a photograph of the Powerade bottle, right?
Correct.
And this is the same, is this your initials again on that, right?
Yes.
Correct? And this is item 2-2, right?
Correct.
And in that Powerade bottle is an orange liquid, right?
Correct.
And there seems to be some condensation that appears visible that looks like it's inside that bottle. Is that correct?
There are droplets of liquid inside the bottle. As to whether that's condensation, I cannot confirm that. But there are droplets of liquid on the inside of the bottle.
Okay. And that liquid, do you know when it was put in the bottle?
No.
Do you know what that liquid is?
Again, I did not do any testing for this case.
Okay, so you've got the bottle itself, the label, a little hard to see there, but it says fruit punch, right?
Yes, the label did indicate that that Powerade was a fruit punch flavor.
And that's red, right? Fruit punch Powerade, red?
Typically, it is red.
Okay, and this is orange, right?
Correct.
So is that Powerade in there?
Again, I did not perform any testing, so I cannot tell you what that liquid is.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, test to see whether that the liquid is Powerade?
Again, I cannot comment on the testing that NMS performed.
Okay, or anyone at Mass State Police Crime Lab?
Correct.
Okay. And red, if this was, it's possible that this would be a mixture of liquids, right?
I guess I don't really understand what your question is since I don't know the nature of the liquid.
Right.
Can't really comment on whether it is or is not a mixture.
Okay, well, if it was originally red Powerade and now it's orange liquid, to make it orange, to make red turn orange, you have to add yellow, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd have to add enough yellow that it gets all the way to that orange, which is a true orange, right?
That is a true orange. I can't really comment as to how you would make that orange color since, again, didn't do any testing on this liquid, cannot confirm what it is. But based on my experience in my lifetime, red mixed with yellow does make orange.
The extent of your testing was to smell it and describe it as fruity.
No, the extent of what I did was take photos, sample it, and note any characteristic odors if there were any.
Okay. And you came up with fruity.
Yes.
And that would have been from putting your nose in the bottle.
Not in the bottle. You sort of hold the open container and waft with your hand so that you're not getting into the space. Since the container had been requested for fingerprints and DNA, you try not to manipulate the container as much as possible.
And do you record that fruity flavor in your notes somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you could detect it wafting.
Yes.
All right. Now, and is that a scientific process?
It is part of the process that we do for certain types of cases. Whether you would define it as scientific,
Right.
I leave that up to you.
Well, the problem is it's so subjective, right?
I suppose odors are subjective.
Somebody might describe something as fruity, somebody else might smell the same thing, describe it differently, right?
That is possible.
Somebody might notice it, somebody might not, right?
That is correct.
And sometimes what we smell is influenced by our eyeballs, right?
No.
In other words, you look at a glass of red wine and you think, oh, that's probably red wine, and you smell it and it kind of reaffirms what you thought.
That is possible. However, based on the type of testing that I do at the laboratory involving fire debris cases, a lot of times those cases are charred debris. doesn't mean that I always smell.
No, I don't mean always. I just mean we're
Yeah.
human beings and our senses work as a team. They work in tandem, right?
Based on the cases that I work on and my experience, I describe odors based on what I smell, not what I see.
And denatonium benzoate, what does that smell like?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
Okay. All right. So you take a sample from item 2-2. That photograph, has the sample already been taken out or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. That's the full sample that came in that bottle up there from Judy Church's house where the search warrant was executed, right?
It was submitted to the laboratory where it was seized from. You'd have to speak to the
Well,
troopers.
that's the stipulation we have, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that full amount before anything was taken out of it, was an exact measurement taken?
No, it was not.
So you don't know exactly scientifically how much is in there?
No.
All right, and then you used some kind of, you transferred that orange liquid into something else. Is that correct?
I transferred a portion of that liquid into a supplied specimen container that NMS utilizes for their send-out testing.
Okay, so where was the pipette inserted into this container and then the liquid drawn?
Yes, so as you see it, it's capped currently.
Yes.
I opened the cap.
Yes.
The pipette was put into
Thank
the
you.
container. A portion of the liquid was pulled out and put into the specimen container for NMS.
Was an exact measurement of how much was taken out in the pipette done?
So I did an approximation. The containers that NMS provide are sort of these plastic graduated containers. So they sort of have what the volume is on the side of it. And so I sort of looked at that, but I did not measure with a graduated cylinder or something more precise for what the volume was.
Okay, so we don't have an exact measurement, fair to say?
I did not provide an exact
Right.
volume or measurement for
And
this
then
liquid.
you used the pipette to put it into the container that was provided by NMS. Is that right?
The specimen container, yes.
Yeah. So now you've got that ready to ship to NMS for further testing, right?
Yes, I couldn't personally put it for send out through NMS, but our toxicology unit did.
Okay. And so, and the purpose of the testing of that sample when it goes to NMS is going to be to test for something called ethylene glycol, right?
Again, when the samples came to the laboratory, that was the request for testing. And since my laboratory and my specific unit did not do that testing, it needed to be sent out to NMS.
Okay. So I don't know if you answered my question or not.
Well, I think what the witness has said a couple of times is that she didn't give a direction to MSS.
Right.
And it went out from another lab, but because she knows the sample came to her lab for ethanol glycol testing, which they don't do, is her understanding or belief that it was going to NMS for that purpose.
For the purpose of testing for ethylene glycol. That
Do I
was
have
your
that correct, Ms.
understanding.
Brown?
Yes.
So she didn't give the instructions. She doesn't see exactly what NMS were told, but because it came to their lab for that testing and they couldn't do it, and that's why it was going to NMS, it's her belief that that's what NMS would have been told to test for, but she doesn't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Right.
That's why she's not answering those questions so directly.
And you've been involved with this case for a long time, right?
Well, the items were submitted to our laboratory in 2022.
And you've testified in court previously, right?
In motions, yes.
And you have met with the prosecutor multiple times, right?
I have spoken to the prosecutor multiple times.
So being around the case, you know what the basic issues in the case are relative to ethylene glycol and a bittering agent, right?
Yes.
You're aware of that? Okay.
Yes.
So you're aware, after the judge's questions, I think you're aware that the sample that you took out was sent to NMS for testing for ethylene glycol,
Yes.
right? You're unaware of whether it was sent to NMS for the purpose of testing for any type of bittering agent, correct?
Asked and answered for like the fourth time.
Well, I'll allow you to answer that with respect to the bittering question. Were you aware whether it was sent for that or not?
Again, I'm not aware of what type of testing was requested at NMS and what type of testing NMS performed on this item.
Okay. And so now you've got this, after you've used the, I hope I say it right, the pipette to withdraw some amount of this liquid from that Powerade bottle. Now you've got a Powerade bottle with the remaining liquid in it, correct?
Yes.
Do you take the remaining liquid and separate it from the bottle?
I did not for this case.
Okay, because the bottle is up there marked as an exhibit. It's now empty, right?
It appears empty.
Okay. Do you know when that bottle got emptied?
No, I do not.
Okay. But at some point, it did.
It appears empty now.
So, and now you have this remaining sample that's at your State Police Crime Lab, right?
Do you mean the liquid or?
Yep. So 2022.
Yep.
You took a pipette worth out. You've got a portion of the liquid left in the Powerade, right?
Yes.
Do you screw the top back on?
Yes, I did.
Screw the top back on. Okay, great. Now, where does that Powerade bottle go?
So for item 2-2 and 2-1, since.
Just 2-2 for now.
Okay. So for item 2-2, since fingerprints and DNA were requested on the container, that item was submitted subsequently to our evidence control unit to be sent to those additional units for testing.
Okay. And do you know whether the liquid was taken out before or in conjunction with any of that testing?
As I had mentioned, I'm unaware of when the liquid was removed from that bottle.
Okay. And then that bottle and that liquid are stored somewhere at the, stored somewhere between then and trial now, right?
Yes, we would be able to see its chain of custody while it remained at the laboratory.
Okay.
But once it leaves the laboratory, we wouldn't be in control of that chain of custody.
Do you know, do you know where it was stored? In other words, was it refrigerated? Was it in a cabinet? Was it on a shelf? Know anything about that?
Do you mean prior to my testing or after my testing?
After you used the pipette to take the liquid out, where was it stored? The liquid or the Powerade bottle?
I'd be able to reference that if you had a chain of custody for that item that was after I had seen it.
Okay.
I only have the chain of custody in my case file for prior to my testing.
Okay, so you don't know what happened to it after that?
Correct.
Okay. And just so I think the record is clear, so ethylene glycol is a product that is commonly used in antifreeze and engine coolant and products along those lines, right?
It is a compound that is present in those types of products.
Okay. Next photo, please. Next. 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 Okay, this photograph here, you recognize that? That is item number 2-4.
Yes.
Is that the item that was sent to NMS?
So a portion of the liquid that was present in that sealed specimen container was sent to NMS.
So that is item 2-4, what's inside of that container that's depicted there?
An orange liquid.
The orange liquid. And is that the orange liquid that's taken from the Rain-X, or is that the orange liquid taken from the Fanta?
This was labeled as coming from the Fanta can.
From the Fanta can, okay. All right, now, did you prepare this sample?
Do you mean how it is depicted in this picture?
Well, let me back up. Somewhere back there's a Fanta can, right?
Yes, there is a Fanta can.
It has liquid in it.
Whether it had liquid in it or not, I
Did
can't
you ever
speak to
see
that.
it?
No, I did not.
Okay. But, so tell me what you think happened, right? Because here,
Objection, Judge.
The objection to what she think happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got to testify to what her knowledge is.
okay, so I appreciate that, Judge. So here, your initials are on this sample, and inside it is, tell me what?
So inside this container is an orange liquid. Based on the labeling that was supplied to the laboratory, it is my understanding that this liquid was removed from a open Fanta container.
Okay. Is it all the liquid that was removed from the open Fanta container or a portion of it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who would know?
Whoever removed the liquid from that open Fanta container.
What department would that be?
Since it came into the laboratory like this,
Yeah.
I can't tell you how it was removed.
Okay. Let's go to the next picture. Next picture. Okay, is this the same item? Just a different view?
Yes, this is the heat-sealed plastic bag that the item was contained in.
Okay, next picture. Next picture. Okay, this completes, I believe, the photographs that were taken that have your initials. I think you took all those photographs. Is that correct?
I did take all those photos. It's actually not a complete representation. There were some photos, I believe, that you sort of like skipped through, but yes,
But they were on there, but I just didn't spend a lot of time asking you questions about them.
correct.
Okay, and they're all marked as part of the exhibit, right?
Yes.
Now, there was a second file on this exhibit number 33 has those photographs, and then there's a set of other evidentiary photographs that have been admitted as part of this exhibit. That number, 22-242-57 Salisbury, do you recognize that number?
That is the laboratory the laboratory number associated with this case.
And there are some initials on there, HAS, right?
I couldn't really speak to those initials, but I can speak to the initials that are exhibited on the top of the box, which are mine.
Oh, yeah. And then number 3354, right?
Yes, that is what appears to be 3354.
What's that mean?
That would typically be the trooper or sergeant number
Okay.
for identification,
All right.
usually with the crime scene services section.
And 24257, that's the number for the crime lab that you gave these items, right?
I didn't personally give it that laboratory number, but that is the laboratory number associated with this case.
Okay. Next picture. And just next picture. Next. Next. Okay, next. There's a bag of evidence. Your initials are on it, right?
Yes.
Next. 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 All right, and then this is another photograph of the Rain-X, right?
It is a photograph of a Rain-X bottle, and based on the previous photographs, which indicated that it was item 2-1.
Okay, next.
Mr. Scully, I'm going to stop you there. We've hit the lunch hour.
Okay.
So we're going to take the lunch recess for an hour, jurors, and then we'll continue with the cross-examination of Ms. Brown at 2 o'clock or 2:30.
All rise. Just leave your notebooks on the chair.
We'll be in recess for an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise. session. You can see the silence all cell phones.
Your Honor, good afternoon. We're back on the record
Good
with
afternoon.
case on trial. We have all our jurors here. Shall the
right.
witness resume the scene?
I'm sorry?
Witness?
Yes, please.
Witness may resume the stand. Yes? Yeah, they come right in.
Billy, you can line them up and bring them right in.
All right, for the jurors.
Page number is that? Do we know?
Be seated.
Go ahead, Mr. Scully.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a few more questions about the pictures from Exhibit 33 that we left off on. I'm going to scroll through a few to get to the end, so if we could get help with that, Ms. Marsh. Okay, if we could back it up one. All right, so this image on Exhibit 33 appears to be the top of a can of soda or something with orange underneath it. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And if we go to the next image, see the Fanta soda can, right?
Yes.
And so that means that that's the Fanta soda can that would have been delivered from the collection of evidence to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in this case, right?
Again, I didn't see this item, so I really can't speak to
Right.
where it came from.
You did testify on direct examination, I think, though, to some of your actions with the contents that were believed to be from that can. Is that right?
Yes.
And the contents were assigned 2-4 as a number. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so that can there, do you happen to know whether that can still has liquid in it?
Again, I did not see this item, so I really can't speak to the nature of it.
Okay. And we may have covered this earlier, I just forget. So was a portion of the item 2-4 saved at the Massachusetts Crime Lab, or was it all sent, the whole portion sent to NMS for testing?
So for item 2-4, which was the liquid in the specimen container, a portion of that was sampled out and sent to NMS. The remainder would have been retained in that specimen container and sealed.
Okay, and sealed. All right. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Camellia.
Just a couple. You said on direct examination that you wore protective clothing or gear when you sampled the Powerade bottle so as not to compromise fingerprints or DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, it's referred to as personal protective equipment.
All right, PPE. What sort of PPE were you wearing when you did the Powerade sample?
So I had a clean laboratory coat on, as well as safety goggles, a mask, and gloves that were changed out frequently.
And with regard to the other two items, item 2-1, which was the de-icer, and 2-4, which was the liquid in the specimen, did you note any odors or smells associated with those two items? We'll start with 2-1, the de-icer. Did you notice any odors associated with that?
So I did not note any characteristic odors for 2-1.
How about 2-4, the specimen, the liquid in the specimen container?
So for item 2-4, that orange liquid had a very subtle fruity odor, not as strong as the fruity odor in 2-2.
Great, thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Scully.
Just a quick follow-up on the fruity odor. So are you aware that denatonium benzoate is an odorless substance?
I don't know any specifics about that chemical.
Okay, and are you aware that that's a bittering agent?
Again, I don't know anything about that chemical.
Thank you, fair enough. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge, I'll return Exhibit 33 for the record to the table.
Dr. Naomi Shin.
Right this way. I'm gonna ask you to stand behind this blue line and face.
Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You may be seated.
Gonna make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Good afternoon, ma'am. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Hi, I'm Naomi Shin, last name S-H-I-N.
And ma'am, what do you do for work?
I'm a nephrologist, a kidney doctor at Mount Auburn Hospital and actually Cambridge Health Alliance Hospital too.
All right. And could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational training and background, please?
Oh, certainly. So after finishing medical school at UMass, I went to residency at Mount Auburn Hospital and then further trained in nephrology specifically for about 5 years at Yale University in Connecticut. And then I came back to be an attending physician in nephrology at both, like I said, Mount Auburn and Cambridge Health Alliance hospitals.
Okay. And so obviously a nephrologist is what sort of doctor?
A kidney doctor.
Okay. What is it? Well, let me start over again. What is it that nephrologists, kidney doctors do, aside from the obvious, which is treat kidneys? But what is it that you all do as a specialty?
Sure. When patients come into the hospital, we treat acute injuries to the kidney from whatever etiology or cause. So whether it's from low blood pressure, which is a very common cause of kidney injury, to hereditary causes, to patients who need dialysis, which is a machine that does the job of the kidneys. It takes your blood, it cleans it up, and then it gives it back to you. So the kidneys do a lot. They clear your blood of toxins. They make sure that you're not volume overloaded. In other words, what you put into your body needs to come out. Otherwise, we'd all balloon up. The kidneys help with that. Blood pressure. Electrolytes management. So any of those arenas that patients have trouble with in the hospital, I help take care of if requested as a consultant.
Okay. So you kind of anticipated my next question about what is it that the kidney does for the body, and it sort of functions to process a lot of the waste in the body. Is that one thing?
Definitely. So the kidneys do a lot. They take your blood, they filter it, they get rid of all the waste products that we generate normally ourselves, right? Just by living, we generate waste products, and it gets rid of that through the urine. We eat and drink what we drink. We don't want to balloon up. We need to get rid of that fluid if we're not using it for whatever reason, right? Exercising, we need a little bit of extra hydration, etc. The kidneys know and figure out how much fluid you need to keep or lose. Blood pressure management is really important. The kidneys have sensors, and they can figure out if your blood pressure is low or high and respond accordingly. Electrolytes is a big thing, sodium, potassium, again, things that you generally consume. The kidneys will be able to figure out and get rid of anything that you don't need. And then extraneous waste, so things that normally aren't in the body, medications, breakdown products, the kidneys know to kind of get rid of that in the urine.
All right. And so you were saying essentially that the kidney can be injured in lots of different ways. Is that right?
Exactly. Anything from straightforward trauma, right? Blood loss is but the most common though. So the kidneys are very sensitive to blood flow. They demand a certain amount of it. So if you have low blood pressure, the kidneys don't like that, and they will be injured. And the cells within the kidney will start to die. Sorry, what was the original question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, I want to ask you some specific questions about a specific patient that you assisted with by the name of Leroy Fowler back on November 12th of 2022. Do you remember that particular case?
I do.
Okay. And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look over the medical records from Mount Auburn associated with Mr. Fowler's care at Mount Auburn Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have the opportunity to look at the medical records from Anna Jake's hospital, where he was before he came to Mount Auburn for that particular illness?
Yes.
Had you, the Anna Jake's hospital records, had you seen or were you familiar with the information contained in those at the time you were actually treating Mr. Fowler on November 12, 2022?
I did have most of the critical pieces of information from Anna Jake's because we have access to some of the notes that the physicians write, and that's in our system. So I read all of those notes.
Okay. So when was it that you first became involved in the treatment of Mr. Fowler?
So on the morning of November 12th, which was a Saturday, I was paged pretty early from our intensive care unit at Mount Auburn Hospital. And they were concerned about, his kidney injury. He clearly had it per his blood tests. But then a slew of other findings made them very concerned that the kidney injury was preventing him from getting better. So when I was paged and I spoke to the ICU resident, I believe it was a he, but he was concerned that there might have been some sort of ingestion involved because of the abnormal lab results, the metabolic acidosis, the osmolar gap, which I could talk more about in a second. But when that kind of information comes to me, it's they're red flags because the combination of kidney injury with severe acidosis with an osmolar gap makes me think of very few things. Each individually could be any number of things can cause any of those individual pieces, but together that heightened my sense of urgency. And so then I went to see the patient. He was already intubated, sedated, so I couldn't really examine him. He wasn't able to talk to me, but I collected a urine sample and I brought that back to my office and I spun it in my lab. Spinning is a very common technique that we are supposed to do to look at the urine to see if there are any diagnostic clues about what's going on in the kidney, right? So the kidneys filter blood, they make urine. So that urine is kind of like liquid gold. It can give us a lot of important information about what's going on in the kidney level.
So when you spun the kidney, is that kind of separating out various parts of the urine so you can look at them, or what is that doing?
So when we spin urine, it's actually just because the urine sample is so diverse between lots of people, right? We want to make sure that we just look at the cells and the crystals and any other components in the urine that's important. So when you spin something, the cells and everything get pushed to the end and kind of clumped together and concentrated. And that's what we want to look at. And that's standardized. That's how we're trained, so that this person's urine is we're comparing apples to apples. This person's urine is now comparable to that person's urine and compared to somebody else's urine, right? So because we're concentrating the findings instead of, if you look at something that's very dilute, then you might just miss it, right? Because there's only like one or two little particles that you're interested in this big sample, and we don't want to miss something. So that's why we have to spin it down into a little pellet and then look at that under the microscope.
So what did you see when you spun the urine and you looked at this kind of critical part of the urine that you're looking at for diagnostic purposes?
So I've seen thousands of urine samples, and what just stood out immediately were the number of crystals in the urine. Again, certain crystals by themselves are non-specific, but the backstory plus the fact that there were so many of these calcium oxalate crystals, they were mostly fan-shaped, some of them were needle-shaped, is just classic poisoning by, ethylene glycol was the top of my mind as soon as I saw that, because now the four pieces together just really hones the diagnosis.
All right, so the first thing that you see is these calcium oxalate crystals. And you said that they're in multiple different kinds of shapes?
Correct.
All right, and so you mentioned one as a fan shape. Is that like a hand fan, kind of like if you're...
Exactly. It's a little fan. Sometimes there's two of them, so that we call them dumbbells because they kind of look like the dumbbells that you work out with. A lot of calcium oxalate crystals are actually kind of needle shaped. And there's also the envelope, which is a dihydrate calcium oxalate crystal. The dumbbells or the fans are monohydrate calcium oxalate crystals.
All right. And we're starting to get into it, but why are these particular crystals so concerning for you when you look at a urine sample, and in particular when you looked at Mr. Fowler's urine sample?
Because, again, it's the combination of the sick patient who's altered, the acidosis, the osmolar gap, plus the urine crystals in the setting of kidney injury that really, I mean, honestly, in my years of training and experience as a attending nephrologist, it's a must not miss diagnosis. It's ethylene glycol poisoning. Those are the top three things that you're thinking about. And then maybe there's something else that the person ingested, which is kind of secondary because the treatment often overlaps, like the treatment for any of those other ingestions. The treatment of urgent hemodialysis can often be life-saving.
Okay. So you've mentioned a couple of times a couple of other things that were very concerning to you. One of them was metabolic acidosis. What is that?
So our body is exposed to acid, right? In the form of diet, in the form of our cells when they break down certain compounds, they release acid. It's a waste product. We're only supposed to have a very small amount of acid in our body, and our kidneys are very smart and they will balance that so that you're not constantly in an acidic state. If you have acid, then the kidneys will generate more bicarb, which is an alkaline compound, and then together it's neutral. You get neutral pH in your blood. That's supposed to be normal. When somebody has acidosis, what that means is that that acid level is just rising. And especially with kidney injury, the kidney's not able to work normally. So the amount of bicarb and alkaline material it's trying to generate is low. It's not normal. So now you do have an acidic state in your blood instead of a neutral pH. And so that's why I was concerned. Something was generating all these extra acid molecules. And ethylene glycol breakdown, it's one of the first breakdown products in our body is glycolic acid. And that's the driver of this anion gap metabolic acidosis. It's a term for a specific type of acid buildup in the blood.
All right. So you just mentioned the next term I was going to ask you about, an anion gap. What is that, and why is that something that you look at when you have a concern about someone's kidney?
It's a way for physicians to be able to figure out where this acid is coming from. Is it because they're having massive diarrhea and they're losing a lot of alkaline material, and so the amount of acid to alkaline material in your body is off because of that? Or is it because of you ingested something, or because you're very sick and your blood pressure is super low and then there's acid being built up in your body and created by your cells? The anion gap is an old tool that looks at the electrolytes that are measured, because we cannot, even in our modern state, measure every single thing in our body. We can't. So we take what we measure and then we calculate what should be there, and we look at that difference and we say, well, that's not normal. Normally, there's only supposed to be a small difference between what we measure and what we calculate as what should be the right answer. Because when you measure the anion gap, the computer does it, and then when we calculate the anion gap, we do it. But basically, it's what we measure versus what's actually present in the body. And if that gap is not normal, then there's something that's driving that difference.
Was Mr. Fowler's gap normal?
No.
So it was concerning to you for kidney injury?
In the setting of kidney injury and as potentially the cause of kidney injury, yes, it was concerning.
Now, what about an osmolar gap? You mentioned that earlier. What is that?
Exactly. So that's also something the computer can measure as osmolar is a fancy way of saying what will water do in this situation. If you've got a high osmolar situation, then the water will be dragged into a very concentrated situation. And that water movement is important for us because our cells live in a water aqueous solution. So it affects our cells. So bottom line is we measure the concentration of our blood, and one way to measure that is called osmolality, and the machine does that. And then with our tools, we can actually calculate what we think the concentration should be, depending on the labs that we have available to us. And so after years and years of data, we know what a normal difference is between the measured versus our calculated osmolality. And so if there's an odd difference, right, like why is what I'm calculating not what's appearing in the machine? That means the machine is measuring something that's driving the concentration of blood to be very high, whereas we're saying these normal things that are supposed to be in your blood that we are measuring through the sodium, the chloride, the bicarbonate, the BUN, the glucose, it is not telling me that it should be this high. There's something else in the body that tells you that there's something that shouldn't be there that's in the body.
All right. So when you have an anion gap, you have an osmolar gap, you have metabolic acidosis, and you have fan-shaped and crystal-shaped calcium oxalate crystals in the urine. What's at the top of your differential diagnosis for those four things?
Ethylene glycol toxicity.
Now, in addition to those four things, are there any other signs that you look for once you suspect ethylene glycol toxicity? Are there any other things that you look for either in the tests that you're running or in the physical appearance or presentation of the patient themselves that sort of can help you confirm that diagnosis? We can start with the tests. Are there any other tests that you can run to sort of confirm that diagnosis?
Sure, you can try to measure the actual ethylene glycol level in the blood, but we know that takes a long time for most hospitals, even the larger ones. It's usually like a send-out lab. You have to send it to a specialized lab that can do it. We can also test for some of the breakdown products. Some of the hospitals may be able to do that. But more commonly, things like lactate, which is a commonly found acid in our blood, can actually be falsely high because the machine that normally measures lactate sometimes can't differentiate oxalate with lactate. And oxalate is one of the breakdown products of ethylene glycol in our body. So there are a lot of cases where lactate is very elevated in the blood, so that also can be a hint. We have some volatile alcohol screening tests that we have to see if they've ingested methanol, but ethylene glycol is often not in that panel.
Were there any other tests that you were running specifically on Mr. Fowler, either that you ran at your hospital or that were done by Anna Jakes, that gave you, that heightened any concerns about these ethylene glycol toxicity issues, or have you covered it?
I think we covered it.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Now, one of the things that you mentioned was the metabolites of ethylene glycol. What's the difference between these metabolites for ethylene glycol and ethylene glycol itself?
So ethylene glycol is what we call a parent compound, right? This is what it originally starts off as, and then in our body through various proteins and enzymes, it gets broken down so that eventually it gets removed from our body because it's not something that's normally in our body. So ethylene glycol itself is actually not that toxic, which is surprising. But as soon as it starts breaking down by the liver, by ADH is the first enzyme, it becomes glycolic acid, which is toxic to several organs. And then that gets further broken down in our body to oxalate. And that is what binds to the calcium in the kidney and creates these calcium oxalate crystals, which is what we see in the urine often.
So for Mr. Fowler, when you run these tests and you look at the calcium oxalate crystals, the gaps that you talked about, what are you trying to do now to help him sort of survive this condition?
So get rid of the ethylene glycol, get rid of that initial compound because then it's not going to break down into further compounds. Either that or stop the compound from breaking down. And so we have a medication called fomepizole, which blocks that first enzyme that starts breaking down ethylene glycol. So we gave that immediately. And then while that was going, I tried to get hemodialysis started. Again, that's the procedure where a machine does the job of the kidney. It takes your blood, it gets rid of any waste products that shouldn't be there, and then it gives you the cleaned blood back. Because that removes both the ethylene glycol and actually its breakdown products. So it'll be able to get rid of all those toxic metabolites as well.
And if you have a pre-existing kidney issue or kidney problem when you're exposed to ethylene glycol, what does that do to the body?
So the ethylene glycol would stay in your body. The kidneys would not be able to get rid of it effectively. So now all of that ethylene glycol is being broken down into its toxic metabolites, and that's also pretty much staying in your body longer than it normally would if the kidney function were normal.
Now, is hip and back pain a sign of any particular thing that would be concerning to you for somebody who's complaining of kidney issues or kidney problems?
I would definitely consider it. Obviously, there are some more common problems of hip and back pain, but combine it with any urinary symptom, and I'm heightened to think that it's the kidney. It's not your muscles. It's not your bones. It's the combination of any kind of lower flank pain with urinary symptoms, because that's what the kidneys do, would make me think of kidney injury.
So urinary issues, would that include an inability to urinate?
Definitely.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to mark the medical records from Mount Auburn Hospital subject to any issues as the next exhibit.
It may be marked.
Not a problem, Judge.
Thank you. That's okay.
And ma'am, you had already indicated to us that you had the option to the opportunity to take a look at the medical records from Mount Auburn before you came in here today. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you, in addition to numerous other treating physicians and PAs and nurses and everybody else at Mount Auburn, did a report in connection with your work on this particular case. All right. And ma'am, I'm sorry? The page number on the bottom of that. 31. I'm just going to hand you, ma'am, one page out of those medical records that we just marked as the next exhibit. Do you recognize the image at the top of that page?
Right. So this is the dumbbell shape. So you've got like the two.
Stop you for 1 second. Yeah. So you recognize that as a photograph or an image that you placed in your report in connection with this case?
This is from my note, from my initial consultant note in the morning. And I took a photograph of what I saw in the urine in the microscope.
All right. We have, actually, it's already in evidence. I'm just going to put it up on the screen for the jury to take a look at. All right. Just gonna... All right. Now, Doctor, if you could see on the screen next to you, you should be able to see that as well.
Yes.
And it's a little bit blurry, but that's because it's the way the image was created. Could you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes. So the backdrop is urine, and it's very, very a tiny, tiny amount of backdrop urine because, again, we spin it down and we concentrate whatever's in the urine into a very standardized volume. So in the backdrop, there's urine, but right in the center is this, there are two fanned out shapes that are connected, and you can also see the lines of the crystalline structure, but that's what we call a dumbbell shaped calcium oxalate crystal.
Okay. And those are particularly associated with ethylene glycol toxicity?
Only in the context of having all those other pieces together. Calcium oxalate crystals alone are actually not that specific. It's just, again, all those 5 pieces of information together now hones in the diagnosis.
Awesome, great, thank you. Now, you learned during the course of your treatment of Mr. Fowler that he had some cocaine in his system, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Any of those, the osmolar gap, the anion gap, the crystals, are those concerned, would those be associated with cocaine or cocaine use?
Not directly. So cocaine use can wreak havoc on the cardiovascular system. It can make your blood pressure go high. It can make your heart race, right? Your heart rate's going fast. And at that point, your body's trying to also respond and regulate. And so it can cause muscle injury, like the actual cocaine use itself, or blood pressure variations to the point where we get certain slightly abnormal lab values, but not this combination of like an anion gap, acidosis, and certainly not an osmolar gap. No, you would never get an osmolar gap with cocaine use.
And same with Mr. Fowler, he had a pacemaker. Any concern that the pacemaker would have sort of created any of these, a misfunction or a malfunction of the pacemaker would have created or caused any of these symptoms that you were seeing?
Theoretically, if, his blood pressure were low, but actually his blood pressure was pretty normal throughout our hospitalization. And if you look at the Anna Jacques records, it was actually pretty normal there too. So no, nothing directly about a pacemaker would make, these lab abnormalities.
All right. There's one other thing we can do. Where's the Yeah, what are the, did Mr. Fowler's presentation at Anna Jake's and then at Mount Auburn follow a particular form of ethylene glycol toxicity that you're familiar with?
Yes, so ethylene glycol toxicity usually takes kind of 3 stages. Very early on, neurologic. So almost like somebody who's drunk. They're inebriated. Their central nervous system isn't working properly. So it's very nonspecific, right? They just act confused and not normal. But second stage, you start seeing things with their heart and lungs. So blood pressure can be high, heart rate can be abnormal, it can be very high. And then there's actual lung injury, so then patients actually have trouble breathing. And then the third stage is kidney injury or sometimes just outright failure, where you can't even make urine anymore. So that's much later on. But like I mentioned before, there might have been other reasons why you could have kidney injury. So it can get very messy, but usually those are the three classic kind of stages of ethylene glycol toxicity: the brain, the heart and lungs, and then the kidneys.
All right. Now, one of the things that you did not have the advantage of when you were treating and trying to diagnose Mr. Fowler was the result of any blood test for ethylene glycol on November 11th or November 12th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in preparation for your trial testimony here today, did you learn that blood was taken from Mr. Fowler at Anna Jake's Hospital and later tested for ethylene glycol during the course of essentially his autopsy?
Yes,
Okay.
I found that in the report, yeah.
Okay. And the combination, and you learned that his ethylene glycol levels in his blood were 52 milligrams per deciliter, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the combination of everything that you've talked about for us today, the anion gap, the osmolar gap, the metabolic acidosis, and the calcium oxalate crystals in the urine, when you combine that with ethylene glycol, a positive result for ethylene glycol in a blood test, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty what the diagnosis would be under those conditions?
Certainly. It'd be ethylene glycol toxicity.
Great, thank you. Judge, I don't have any more questions. I would like at this time to mark the Beth Israel medical records with the same.
Subject to potential redaction, yes.
Exhibit 36, so marked.
Thank you.
Mr. Narconis.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Afternoon.
I have no medical training. I'll tell you that before I begin on some of these questions. But you indicated there are 3 phases generally accepted within someone who does have ethylene glycol toxicity, right? And the first one would be a person has it, and they may appear to be what we normally associate with someone who's drunk. They're losing muscle control, they might be falling down, they appear to be a little bit dizzy. They could even be, some people get nausea, right?
Mm-hmm.
With that and that. And in the context of, and then you had gone into 2 other phases, which I'll ask about in a minute. But when a person ingests ethylene glycol, that's quickly absorbed by the water. Is that correct? And that within the body.
It is quickly absorbed into your blood, yes.
And would it be fair to say it has, the term I've seen used is a very short half-life, the ethylene glycol itself? And
So this is tough.
what that really means?
Yes. So any compound has what's called a half-life. Like, how long will it last in your body? And so that's why we care about things like, oh, is the liver working? Is the kidney working? Because all of those pieces usually are involved in what takes, X amount of hours or even minutes for a certain compound to just break down in your body. Okay. So ethylene glycol, though, is tricky. If you look at the literature, if your kidney function is stone cold normal, then fine. Few hours, usually about 4 and longer and change, is the half-life of ethylene glycol, if I recall correctly. So I'm not a toxicologist, I'm a nephrologist, but my point is, what that means is that if you have, let's say, 100 units of something, right? What is the time that it will take to get rid of half of it? That's a half-life. And so, it's usually on the order of like hours for ethylene glycol. But But that's if the kidney function is normal. If the kidney function is not normal, the kidneys are the ones that are getting rid of it. If they're not functioning, then your ethylene glycol level will be higher. It won't be the usual 4 to 8 hours, I think it is. It's going to be pushed further back to about 12, if not longer, in your body.
So, a person consumes ethylene glycol, and you've indicated, it's like initially ethylene glycol by itself, without any metabolism within the body, would not be destructive if it didn't go into all of those other pieces, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, ethylene glycol, one of the side effects, bad side effects, is the calcium oxalate crystals in a person's kidney, right? I hope I'm pointing to the right spot of the kidney.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing myself. I don't even know where they are. But it's the ethylene glycol, and that is part of the metabolism process, creating the calcium oxalate crystals.
Right. So the ethylene glycol is broken down, and the first step is mostly in the liver, actually. So the enzyme that we care about, ADH, alcohol dehydrogenase, is in the liver. And so the ethylene glycol gets broken down into glycolic acid, and then ultimately broken down further into oxalate.
Now, it's a timeline type issue. You've told what happens in stage 1 before we get to stage 2. So some of that ethylene glycol now has disappeared from your system and become oxalate crystals, right? Calcium oxalate crystals.
Mm-hmm.
Would there still be, the process then is the crystals themselves don't go over into those other 2 acids you mentioned. They don't become part of that, they don't further metabolize into the acids, right? So it's almost like there's a divide someplace in my body. Some crystals, some of the ethylene glycol is going to create crystals, and some other aspects, as it metabolizes, are going to become the acids. How does the ethylene glycol that's changing not all become crystals in my kidney?
Because the body's not perfect. So this is why we talk about half-lives, right? We have a certain amount, and then in a certain amount of time, we have half that disappears, right? So, and then we have that same amount of time, and another half disappears. It's first-order kinetics. So, it's not like this beautiful, straight line. Some of it's going to be broken down into, glycolic acid. Some of the ethylene glycol is still in our body later to be broken down into glycolic acid. And then some of that glycolic acid is broken down into oxalate and deposited potentially in the kidney. But it's just not a beautiful, clear-cut breakdown. The body's kind of messy. So we have these things where we say the half-life is a huge range of hours. It's not just a specific number. And then you add on kidney injury, and the range becomes even wider. So it's just hard to predict exactly how it's going to be broken down. It's a little messy.
Okay. And in the context of so there's 3 things going on at one time. There's ethylene glycol still floating through the bloodstream.
Mm-hmm.
There's some crystals being created.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's some metabolism taking place in terms of the acids. And that's all simultaneous.
Yep.
And so, and at some point in time, though, all of the ethylene, if you were doing a blood test, when you get to stage 2 or 3, you've talked about, you wouldn't find any actual ethylene glycol anymore in the system, correct? It would now have either metabolized or gone to crystals? Time goes on, there's a timeline, right?
Yes.
And at some point in the timeline, the person could still have the crystals and still have and the acids, which are causing all the further damage, but no longer would the blood test show ethylene glycol itself.
It's possible, yes.
But do you think it could also be the other way? You could always test for it some period of time.
Yes.
At some point in time, did Anna Jakes, did Mount Auburn, though, send out any blood to be tested? Let me strike that question. Do you use Quest in the hospital for your blood tests?
Not always.
And let me show you one page of the records, page 25. I may approach you.
Yes, you may.
Oh, okay. Yeah. 11:13. Okay. Right. Okay.
Director, I'd ask you to look at that page. Does that indicate that that's a record from the Quest lab at Mount Auburn, blood lab?
Yes, so it's dated, the collection is actually 11/12/22, 13/42, so he is
Does it say
physically
that
still at Mount
ethylene
Auburn.
glycol
Yeah.
none detected?
Yes,
And that was on 11/11, correct?
11/12.
11/12, right.
So he's at Mount Auburn. This is a Mount Auburn sample.
So that was after he was transferred to your hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And the first, would that have been the initial test itself, or that would have been a subsequent test?
Subsequent, because he arrived, I mean, I might have to go through my notes, but he arrived somewhere late 11/11 to early 11/12, like, you know, after midnight on 11/12 is, I think, when he actually arrived to Mount Auburn. And then we started collecting our own labs. So this being collected at 1:42 in the afternoon means he's been at Mount Auburn for a little bit on this day.
So that would have been 1:22, that would have been 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock on the 12th.
Correct.
If I can reclaim that.
Yeah.
In terms of the stages, then, I think you've talked about that. In stage 2, you could have rapid breathing, you could have a very fast heart rate, correct? And if a person had a pacemaker, the pacemaker would be trying to deal with the fast heart rate.
Mm-hmm. Although normally it prevents low heart rates. Like if your heart rate's really low, the pacemaker will make your heart pump at a certain rate.
Now, and then in this particular case, then usually stage 3 with that type of ingestion is renal failure, which causes your death, right?
It's usually cardiovascular collapse, actually.
He died of a stroke, right?
It'd be part of cardiovascular system, yes. But it's really interesting because he came into Anajax with a kidney injury. So this makes everything very murky, right? So if you already have your kidneys injured, again, it could have been from something else, and then ethylene glycol is introduced. Now things get really messy because like that half-life of ethylene glycol is now just expanded. And those clean, you know, stages don't really exist. And the timeline for those stages are much less clear.
Okay. So the aspect of this, though, were normally, or not normally, but in many cases, the person who has ingested the ethylene glycol, the cause of death is the renal failure, right? If that is from your experience as a doctor. My kidneys don't work, what happens to me?
So actually, people who have kidney disease, they generally die from their heart. The heart cannot tolerate the environment that has been created because the kidneys are failing. Acid levels rising, blood pressure is abnormal, electrolytes are so abnormal, the heart is no longer able to pump normally because we use the calcium, we use potassium to be able to regulate our heart signaling and pumping. And so when the calcium and the potassium are not normal because the kidneys have failed, pumping. And so when the calcium and the potassium are not normal because the kidneys have failed, that's when people get into big trouble and they have cardiac events. So I can speak to end-stage kidney disease, but you know, ethylene glycol toxicity, usually kidney failure is blamed as a big part of why the patient died. But again, in the setting of kidney failure, it's usually the final thing that does it is usually the heart gives out, right? Because, I mean, it's almost like semantics, right? Like if the kidneys have created an environment that is so bad, your heart will stop because of that. So are you going to blame the heart? Are you going to blame the kidneys? I would say both.
At some point in time, though, on the 12th of November, your hospital, it might have been under your direction, you gave him dialysis and cured him of any ethylene glycol anymore, correct?
Yes, exactly. We removed ethylene glycol and its metabolites. However, many studies have shown that you can't predict with 100% certainty how much you're going to remove. So after the dialysis is done, then we continue to do testing like the osmolar gap, like the anion gap, to see if there's indication for further dialysis. Because like at most places, the ethylene glycol results just don't come back fast enough for us to be able to say, hey, we cleared the ethylene glycol, let's stop the dialysis. We have to, again, go by those very, very suggestive blood tests that we had at the very beginning of his presentation as well, the osmolar gap, the anion gap acidosis.
After the dialysis was done and that process indicated that the ethanol glycol was on, did you do those other 3 tests again? And did that show you that those were back to normal for Mr. Fowler?
So they were back to normal, but he was transferred to BI at that point. He became so unstable, he had a seizure, that the Beth Israel Hospital is a larger tertiary hospital. They have a neuro ICU. They've got they've got ECMO. They've got more things that could have been done. And so we had transferred him. And I know, because I reviewed the chart, that at that point it had resolved. The anion gap had resolved. The osmolar gap had resolved. And actually, I think you're right. Right before we transferred him, I think we also did measure at Mount Auburn as well, but BI confirmed it, like that they're both resolved. And he didn't need any more dialysis immediately when he was transferred.
Mr. Camilio had asked you, you had looked at the results that came back from the lab that tested the Anna Jake's blood, and they came back, I think it's 52, is it
milligrams per deciliter.
Per deciliter.
Mm-hmm.
And that, would you be able to transform that into grams? Is that equal to approximately 26 grams, the equivalent of it, the 52 per deciliter?
Oh, I didn't do the math. You just would need the molecular weight, though. Yeah, so you would divide that by the molecular weight of ethylene glycol.
Not being good at math, I can't make that. You can make the equation from that system to the dry system. That's a liquid system, and then you're going into a dry system of grams. Is it approximately somewhere around 26 grams might be a good estimate?
Yes.
Okay. I can have a moment, doctor, and judge. I have a moment.
Yes, you may.
Within the context of treating ethylene glycol ingestion on individuals, is there a timeline within the hospitals that you can get to a person within so many hours you can rectify the damage that the ethylene glycol may be doing? You were talking about the 3 stages. So if you get in stage 1 in 3 or 4 or 5 hours, might I be saved?
So there isn't very good data on this because we don't randomize people to be exposed to something that toxic. So we have a lot of observations. What that means is, somebody comes into the hospital, they report that they took X, Y, and Z a certain amount of hours ago, so we have to take their word for it. We can't even necessarily be sure that that's true. So we've got all these reports, but I can't say with any certainty that, he would definitely have been saved if he were treated, within an X amount of hours. What we do know from all of these reports is that generally the people who are treated earlier tend to do better. People who have delayed treatment tend to do a lot worse and not be able to survive. But what that exact hour cutoff is, nobody could tell you that.
There had been an old, fisherman's type tale. If you knew someone had that, you give him a 5th of Johnny Walker Red right away, and that may save them.
I smile, but that's actually true. So remember, the breakdown of ethylene glycol in the liver to glycolic acid is done by ADH. It's an enzyme. We only have a certain amount of it at a given time. ADH also breaks down ethanol, which is alcohol, the alcohol that we're talking about when we talk about drinking alcohol. So if you give ethanol, then it will actually trick the enzyme into working and breaking that down, and it won't break down the ethylene glycol as effectively. So yes, that was an old treatment that we had for ethylene glycol and even like methanol toxicity, because you would divert and you would prevent the breakdown of ethylene glycol.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't have anything further else, Judge. Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Camilio, anything further? Just one thing I wanted to clear up, Doctor. You said that a lot of the numbers, the osmolar gap, the anion gap, they went back to normal after dialysis. Now, dialysis can help to clear the ethylene glycol and the metabolites from the system, but the dialysis does not repair the damage that they have already done to the liver, to the heart, to the brain, to anything else. Correct?
No. Nope, not even the kidney. They do not actually help repair the kidney. They just literally are doing what the kidney should or would do if it weren't severely injured.
So if the injury is to the heart, the brain, the kidney, the liver are already too great, then it doesn't matter that you've already gotten the ethylene glycol out of the body.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any follow-up on that, Mr. Narconis?
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you.
William Eaton.
Judge, could I have a moment with the prosecutor?
Yes.
You can still come forward.
Just gonna ask you to stand behind this blue line and face the clock.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Seated.
Make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Push your chair toward the microphone.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
My name is William Eaton. My last name is spelled E-A-T-O-N.
And sir, where do you live?
40 Woodley Ave, Seabrook, New Hampshire.
And how long you been living in Seabrook, sir?
Since I'd say 2000.
All right. So a long time. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a general contractor.
Okay. Any sort of specialties that you have as a GC?
I ran a roofing company, Tri-State Roofing, for 35 years.
Okay. And still involved in that business?
No.
No, new business now?
Excuse me?
New business now?
No, kind of retired.
Okay, kind of retired now. All right. And how long you been retired, sir?
I got COVID in mid-2020, probably 21, so probably since 23.
Okay. Now, did you know an individual named Leroy Fowler, who I'm going to refer to during the testimony today as Big Leroy?
Sure.
All right. How long did you know Big Leroy?
I knew Leroy since 1978.
Okay, so your whole life, basically.
Well, his whole life.
Oh,
but,
his
yeah.
whole life. All right, fair. Did you guys grow up together?
No, I dated his sister and had a child with his sister, and he also had a child with my sister, so we were kind of brother-in-laws both ways.
Okay. And did he ever work for you while you owned that roofing company?
Yes, hundreds of times.
So did you hire him as a sort of like a contractor, or? Was he-
Leroy was an actual employee for me for a long time, and then he went on to do his thing, and I hired him whenever I needed him.
Okay. And when he was an employee of your company, what sort of work did he do?
Roofing, siding, framing, whatever we were into that day.
Okay. And did he help you with any other aspects of the business, maintaining vehicles or doing any of the other things that your
Yeah,
business was involved in?
I had a garage in my yard, and we had broke down vehicles at time, and Leroy was pretty mechanically inclined, so
Okay.
he helped out doing that stuff.
All right, and as he got a little bit older, did he stop doing quite as much work with you at the company?
Yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention, sir, to the week of November 5th into November 11th and 12th, okay? Did you, were you seeing Leroy during that time period?
Yes.
Do you remember the last time that you saw Leroy?
The last time I seen Leroy was Thursday, the day before.
The day before he went to the hospital?
The day before he was admitted to the hospital, yes.
Okay. And where did you see Leroy?
In my yard.
Okay. And so Leroy had come over to your house?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
He was with Judy, but she stayed in the car that day. She
Okay. So you knew Judy from Leroy's relationship with her?
Yes, we had rode motorcycles together. We had gone to like a bike week event, a couple of those, and we had hung out a couple of times with Judy and them.
Okay. The day in question, why did Mr. Fowler come over to your house?
I had an enclosed trailer, like a little box trailer, like 12 feet long, and he was planning on filling it with some belongings and going to Florida with it.
Were you going to sell it to him?
Yes, I was going to sell it to him.
How long had you been talking to him about him actually buying the trailer?
It started in like late October. He had asked me if I was interested in selling the trailer, and then it kind of went away. And then that week he had reapproached me probably on Monday about buying the trailer. So he came with Judy that day, and then me and him had talked about it for the next 2 days, and he was supposed to come on Friday morning to pay me and pick up the trailer. So he didn't show up. So I texted him Friday morning, hey, what's up? And he never responded.
Okay. So the time earlier in the week when he came, that was both him and Judy who came again that day?
The first time they did. I don't know if she was there the second time, but.
Okay. Was the first time the one when she waited in the car?
No.
No, first time she came out?
Yeah.
Okay. And so they looked at the trailer together?
Yes.
Okay. How, on Thursday when you saw him, do you remember about what time it was?
It was in the morning.
Okay. How was Leroy looking at that point in time? When you saw him?
Leroy was fine.
Okay. No issues with stumbling around or dizziness or anything like that?
Nothing. Like I said, I've known Leroy since 1978, worked with him on a daily basis. He was fine. Okay.
Did you speak to him at all, either on the phone or via text at all later in the day?
I had spoke to him. I think he called me and said that he was going to be late because we had talked Thursday about him coming, first thing in the morning, and I was going to wait around for him. But he called me and told me, look, I got to do some banking and figure the rest of this out. And I'm going to be a little late. So that's why noontime I texted him and said, hey, I want to get going with my day.
Okay. And so after the last time you saw him at your house, did you ever speak to him again?
Yes, I spoke to him on the phone that evening, at some point. Evening, yes.
Okay. And when you spoke to him on the phone Thursday evening, how did he sound?
He was totally fine.
No issues understanding him? No.
Clear as a bell.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Got this witness, Mr. Scully?
I have no questions for this witness, Judge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eaton. You may step down.
Thank you.
Richard Delaria.
Judge, can we go to sidebar briefly?
Yes. this issue with counsel.
Thank you.
All right. Just leave your notebooks on the
Yeah.
chair. Those on the floor.
2 minutes with, just as they're coming in, just to let him know that stay
Yes.
away from those statements.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
We can have that witness approach so we can swear the witness in, please.
Please follow me, okay? Stand right on that blue line for me.
And Judge, this is the last witness I have today.
That's fine.
Come right in, we're good to go.
All right, jurors. Be seated.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Richard Dellaria, Dellaria.
And sir, where do you work?
Salisbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer in Salisbury, sir?
18 years.
What is your current rank, sir?
Lieutenant.
What is your current assignment?
As lieutenant, I oversee all patrol operations as well as all administrative functions of the department.
All right. As a patrol supervisor in Salisbury, as a lieutenant in charge of the patrol, do you generally wear a uniform?
Not usually.
Usually plain clothes?
Correct.
Okay. When you do you ever do shifts where you do wear a uniform?
Yes.
What are those types of shifts that you're doing?
I can take extra supplemental patrol shifts, cover on holidays, overtime shifts, regular patrol.
All right. And when you do those regular patrol shifts, are you generally wearing a body camera?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, last week, when a couple of other witnesses testified in this case, the jury saw what has now been marked as Exhibit 2, which was a body camera footage of a response that was made to 108 Central Ave in Salisbury on November 11, 2022. Were you wearing the body cam that filmed that particular call for service?
I was.
Okay. Were you the only person that responded that day who was wearing a body cam?
I was the only officer that entered the house that was wearing a body camera.
Okay. Now, when you entered the home, What observations were you able to make of Mr. Leroy Fowler?
Mr. Fowler was seated in the bedroom on the floor. I didn't have direct contact with him, but over the other medical personnel, I could see that he was struggling, grunting. He was in obvious distress. It appeared like he was grasping out, trying to use his hands to grab onto something to possibly pull himself up. He was struggling.
Okay. Now, the medical personnel that were in there asked Mr. Fowler a number of questions. Is that fair?
Correct.
Was he able to answer any of the questions that they asked while you were standing there watching them provide treatment to him?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Who answered the questions that were being put to him by the medical personnel?
His girlfriend.
Is that Miss Church?
Yes.
Okay. Now, while you were observing Mr. Fowler, were you able to observe the floor in the bedroom around where he was sitting?
A little bit, yes.
Did you notice any signs of drug use there? Any pills, any cocaine, any paraphernalia of any sort?
Nothing.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Fowler was carried out from the apartment or the unit, whatever you want to call it, was he able to start talking at that point?
No.
No. At any time that you were present with Mr. Fowler, from when you entered the apartment until they put him into the ambulance, was he able to say anything?
From the time he was picked up off the stretcher and put in the ambulance, I was able to make out something about a dog or his dog.
Okay. And that was it?
That was it.
All right. Thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge.
Just a few questions, I think. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So when you responded to this scene, you had body-worn camera on, right?
Correct.
And people were moving through the house and dealing with Mr. Fowler, right?
Correct.
And EMTs and fire were arriving, right?
Correct.
He was being taken out, right?
Correct.
Judy Church, who's seated over here, was present and providing some information, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, one thing that you did is you deactivated your body-worn camera at 16:15.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that was before Mr. Fowler was loaded into the ambulance, right?
Yes, it was just after he was walked out past me down the ramp.
Right. And he's with Jonathan Lemke at that point, right? Do you know who that is?
I don't.
And are you aware that Jonathan Lemke participated in a recorded interview with Trooper Williams about his interactions with Leroy Fowler?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, and are you aware that Lemke had, in fact, conversations that you weren't present?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. He sustained.
Right.
He doesn't know Lemke. He's not going to be questioned about what Lemke might have said.
All right, well, you weren't recording, because you shut your recorder off, the conversations, if they were taking place, between Lemke and Fowler, right?
Correct.
All right, no further questions.
Mr. Camellia? Thank you very much, Lieutenant. You may step down. I'll see counsel at sidebar. Go ahead. Play on through. That was the last witness for today, so I'm about to let you go, but I just want to get a sense of scheduling before I let you go. So just as I told you yesterday, things continue to move along quite well. I think there's some belief, as we were talking about the Commonwealth's next witnesses, that their case is likely to finish up by sometime, I think, relatively early on Thursday. So things are moving along, and then there will be a defense case with some defense witnesses. Tomorrow will be a one-witness day. Who I gather to be the lead investigator in this case, Trooper Williams, will be testifying tomorrow. There'll be a recorded interview of Ms. Church played, which in and of itself is about an hour and a half that you'll be listening to. So, but I think tomorrow may be a day where you're excused at 1 o'clock. It may be even a little bit before that, depending on the length of cross-examination. If we press into the afternoon, it's just completed the testimony of Trooper Williams, and whenever that's done, you're done for the day tomorrow. They're trying to line up witnesses for the rest of the week, but I wanted to let you know that's how tomorrow looks. So that's where things stand. I want to thank you all for your time and your attention as always today. We're very appreciative of that. And so I'm going to excuse you with the usual cautions. Until we see each other again, don't discuss the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves. And please don't allow yourselves to see, read, hear, or overhear anything from any outside source about any aspect of this case. Thank you so much, folks. You're excused until tomorrow morning. Oh, one last thing. We will be dealing with a few issues having to do with Trooper Williams' testimony. We're going to discuss a couple right now. Those discussions may extend a little bit into tomorrow morning. So it's likely that we'll be starting around 9:30 tomorrow morning, just as we did this morning. When I say start at 9:30, I mean from when you come into the courtroom. We're usually here before then. So if you want to alter your plans accordingly, I think you can count on that it will be probably about 9:30 when you're coming into the courtroom tomorrow. So thank you. Now with that, you may be excused.
All rise.
We're going to remain in session.
Put it back in session, you can see it, silence all cell phones.
So understanding that Trooper Williams is testifying tomorrow, and I gather that he is the witness through whom the defense would seek to admit the text messages between Ms. Church and Mr. Fowler. I think we should have a discussion about those. We can discuss anything else either now or tomorrow morning, including proposed redactions or disputes about the second recorded interview. But with respect to the texts, let me make a few observations, unless the council has something. Have they come to some agreement now?
We have not come to any agreement yet.
All right. Well, let me make a few observations to set up our discussion of the texts. I've reviewed the texts between the defendant and Mr. Fowler, which are, as far as I can tell, over a 10-day period leading up to Mr. Fowler's death. That is, they're from November 2nd to November 12th, I believe, of 2022. It appears, as I think the Commonwealth had indicated to me, that the majority of them are explicit sexual talk between the two correspondents. Although I can't see what links Mr. Fowler was providing to Ms. Church in these texts. I can see there's little thumbnails, photos of some kind. I can't really see what they are. But I gather from the text commentary back and forth that he was sending Ms. Church pornography clips, and that the clips involved, again, I gather from the correspondence, a number of men having sex with a woman. And the texts appear to reflect, I guess what one might say was an intense and highly sexually charged relationship between Ms. Church and Mr. Fowler in that time period in November of 2022. That being so, I can see two potential bases for admission of the texts. The first, which was the reason cited by defense counsel, is in aid of a Bowdoin defense. The defense contention, as I understand it, is that given that investigators had access to the texts, a review of the text should have led them to question whether the defendant was the appropriate principal suspect. I'm not exactly sure where that, according to the defense, should have led them, but that, I gather, is the gist of the Bowden contention with respect to these texts. The second basis for admission or potential admission is that the texts could be viewed as reflecting a state of mind by Ms. Church during that time period that is, I suppose one would say, certainly not homicidal with respect to Mr. Fowler. One of the things I want to bring up is that if I accept that the texts have some relevance for those two purposes, I question whether those purposes wouldn't be fully served by asking the lead investigator, that is Trooper Williams, to affirm the tenor of the text by simply having counsel describe their gist in more general and less explicit terms than the texts themselves. I don't purport to know how most people would react to reading this text correspondence, but I have to imagine that there may be jurors who are somewhat appalled and disgusted by it. Not only are the texts sexually explicit and graphic, with much discussion about, at least as I can understand it, whether on a planned trip to New Hampshire, the defendant and Mr. Fowler can recreate the scenario depicted in the pornography links with multiple men having sex with Miss Church while Mr. Fowler watches. But there are many statements by both of them that could be viewed as racist, or at least as perpetuating racial stereotypes about black men. The text may be seen as highly offensive by some jurors, and I would expect maybe by nearly all of them. Mr. Scully, I ask you, have you made a reasoned strategic judgment that it would be advantageous to Ms. Church to seek to admit all of these texts rather than eliciting a description of them?
You bring up some good points. So
well, I mean, you can't read these without thinking, why in the world does the defense want the jury to get this particular portrait of Ms. Church?
Well, I guess Your Honor said it very succinctly. This shows that her state of mind during that period was not homicidal. It would be great if it was much nicer and more palatable and more mainstream and, you know, more acceptable to many eyes, I think. And it's just not what we have. So I have to make a choice. Do I want the non-homicidal state of mind text or not? And the choice is we do.
Okay. I mean, I just wanted to make sure. I had no doubt that you and Mr. Norkunis have thought about this, discussed it fully with Ms. Church, and I want the record to reflect that because there's certainly a potential downside to this. It certainly doesn't seem to cast either of the correspondence in a light that's going to that is, I think, flattering in the eyes of most people who would be reading them. This is, you know, in any event, I just want the record to reflect that you understand how these can be viewed by jurors, and there's a reason why you want these texts in. This is you've told me that you have, and you might have preferred them to be written in a different way, but they are what they are, and you think you need them. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. That said, if the court is inclined to let that universe of text in.
Well, I will tell you right now, I'm not letting any text in once the correspondence is stopped. It appears to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the very last text by Mr. Fowler is on page 5280 at 5:27 a.m. And so it appears that he is texting, and right up to that last text, he's still texting basically about these sexual matters. But that's just hours before the ambulance is coming. Am I correct?
Right.
But there's no texts after that one, and so every text by Miss Church thereafter is not a correspondence. It's not a back and forth. It's a soliloquy by her at a time where she knows she's not getting a response, and I don't see a basis for admitting those.
So what I would say, Judge, is we have.
And I haven't made a ruling yet because I want to hear from the Commonwealth, but I've told you I think there's some potential relevance for the texts up through that last one by Mr. Fowler at 5:27 a.m., and then I'll hear from the Commonwealth after we've had our discussion.
So what the defense is thinking is we wanted to present the court with the universe of the text we're looking at, and you can now see, some of the problems we have. What I would like to do is separate them into two sections now. The first section up until the last text of Leroy Fowler that he replies to. That's section 1.
Okay.
And we would seek those in. My plan would be, I think, to follow the court's suggestion, ask Trooper Williams a little bit generally about the nature of those texts. There was nothing in them homicidal, something like that, to show the nature of it. And then to just offer it as an exhibit that the jury can look at later.
Without eliciting the specifics in any of the texts.
Shock and awe that it'll have.
Okay.
The other thing I'm thinking about that is now that, if the court rules that that universe is admissible, what we would probably do is now take a second look at culling out some that we think are just unnecessary, redundant, inflammatory, so that we have a smaller subset, which I didn't want to do to start with. I wanted the court to see the full subset. But if that goes from 1,000 text messages to 500, it probably cover, or if that's the ratio, right? But probably the point is made, the state of mind point is made. But I didn't want to withhold anything from the court when you're making that ruling. So we would take a second look at now narrowing that set of text messages.
All right, I understand.
And then I could address sort of the second text message, which I agree stand on different footing.
All right. Well, first, let's talk about the first section. Let me just hear from the Commonwealth on the text up through Mr. Fowler's last text. Mr. Camille, you've heard my analysis of the potential relevance. And
Yes. Well, 2 points that I want to make, Judge. First, with regard to access, which you had mentioned. So the search warrant that the Commonwealth obtained for Ms. Church's phone allowed the Commonwealth to look at text messages between November 8 and November 12. So when I had shown these text messages to Sergeant Williams on Friday when they were provided to us by the defense, Trooper Williams rightly pointed out to me that the ones from before the 8th were ones that he's never looked at because they were outside of the scope of the search warrant authorization. We were not allowed to look at text messages before the 8th unless they had a certain keyword in them, like poison or murder or whatever.
so the ones from the second, November 2nd to November 8th were not text messages that he was able to review.
Based on the search warrant, exactly.
So for purposes of the Bowden component of the analysis, at least a portion of these texts don't really.
They don't have, he didn't look at them, so they don't have any reflection on Bowden for.
Because he couldn't. It's not something he should have done and couldn't. Therefore, it was a fault in the investigation. He was following the parameters of the authorized search.
Exactly.
All right, I accept that. I think, all right, that's the Bowden component. There is the state of mind portion of it.
Yes, and while I think given the nature of the relationship between these two individuals, as it has been testified to over the course of the trial, I mean, I don't know how to describe it other than sort of toxic and dysfunctional. So I don't know that them trading what can only be described as sort of vile text messages between the two of them really go to Miss Church's state of mind with regard to whether or not she was homicidal. I think it goes far more to the state of mind of Mr. Fowler about whether he wanted to have some form of sex or watch some form of sex that Miss Church was participating in. But he's the one that's sending the vast majority of these pretty disgusting text messages. So one, I think it's an attempt to sort of smear Mr. Fowler because I don't think it makes Ms. Church look as bad as it does Mr. Fowler. I'm not going to say she's not involved or engaged back in these text messages, but for the most part, these are coming from him, not from her. So I think it goes to his state of mind. Her state of mind, I mean, she's agreeing, but I think it's a lot less relevant to her state of mind. And again, I think it goes to their state of mind about whether or not they were in a toxic and kind of vile relationship, but whether or not it goes to whether or not she was wanted to kill him on November 11th, I don't really see that it provides much support for that proposition.
Well, what I really ask myself is not whether your interpretation, which is a reasonable one, is the right one. It's whether a reasonable jury reading these texts could draw an inference that at that particular point, leading right up to hours before the ambulance arrives to care for Mr. Fowler, Ms. Church was interacting with Mr. Fowler in a way that would be contrary to a contention that she was affirmatively trying to kill him. And I make the determination that the jury could. It's not the only interpretation, and that's what argument's for. You've made your points as to why you think that this speaks much more about Mr. Fowler than Ms. Church. And I've also considered the 403 concerns about how this makes Mr. Fowler look, the decedent in this case. I'm very sensitive to the idea of whether this is just a smear of him, because it doesn't, I don't think, make either party to the texts look particularly good in the eyes of a jury. Yet I also understand that these are private texts between two consenting adults, and what they choose to say to each other when they think only the two of them are seeing these texts is really between the two of them. Now, it turns out that a lot more people are seeing these now, but I try to bear in mind that the way they struck me is not necessarily the way they'll strike everybody else. And Ms. Church and Mr. Fowler had every right, if they wished, to interact with each other in this particular manner. But I do think that, on balance, I don't find that the probativity in terms of Ms. Church's state of mind at a crucial time period is outweighed by the danger that the jury will really think ill of Mr. Fowler, the decedent in this case. I think there's a construction of the texts that would support a defense argument that Ms. Church was engaged in what I refer to as a highly charged relationship with Mr. Fowler's at that point, and that may be contrary to a contention that she had a specific intent to kill him at that time.
If that's the case, Judge, if that's the court's ruling, I don't want the defense to be able to cherry pick out the ones that make Ms. Fowler look the worst, and I want them all in. If we're going to put them in, I want them all.
Well, and so that's fine. Mr. Scully can engage in that exercise, but it may be that I agree with you. If some are coming in, they should get, it's a relatively short period of time. They should see them all, but I will tell you that I won't preclude him from telling me if he thinks there are some that should come out. But that's my ruling with respect. I'm sorry, with respect to the text up to Mr. Fowler's text on page 5280 at 5:27 a.m. Now, with respect to Ms. Church's unresponded to texts thereafter, Mr. Scully, what is it you wish to tell me about those?
So these would be texts from, well, Mr. Fowler was in the hospital. And again, I think it's the same two basic grounds. The primary reason that we would ask that they be admitted, or we do ask that they be admitted, is the state of mind of Ms. Church, which was called into question primarily by the witness Tammy Carbone and secondarily by the witness Leroy Fowler III, who Tammy Carbone came up with her interpretation of Judy's silence being malicious. And coincidentally, what Judy does in those texts, especially at the beginning, is really explain so that Leroy can someday wake up and she has defended herself and can explain, how she was with him and by him and tracking him, and how she waited to notify the family, why she waited to notify the family, and so forth. So again, she has no idea, obviously, at this time, that these are going to be seized or searched. They're not statements, made in furtherance of a self-interest. These are just her communications to the guy that she loves, who's now unconscious in a hospital bed, and she has received information that has made her think he's going to come through and prevail. And she wanted to have this explanation waiting for him. So I think that for the same reason, those are admissible. To the extent that they fall inside certainly inside the search warrant ambit, where I think there's still a Bowden issue is, as the prosecution is developing this very specific theory that law enforcement is developing, that she wanted to kill Leroy Fowler out of revenge for his relationship with Barbara Randall. I think these fly right in the face of that motive that they opened on. And that's my summary of how the motive that they gave at the beginning of the case. And that drove this whole prosecution. So I think that they should come in still, and under Bowden, the reason I think they should come in is that Trooper Williams gets his search warrant. It allows a certain search of the phone. They should have looked at all these text messages in this area that they had access to, and then they should have seen which way those are going, which should have led them to look for more messages outside those narrower parameters. That they had the messages, I think, from the 8th to the 11th, and they saw or should have seen what was being said between these two individuals, and that should have led them to take a look at, well, what happens, on the next several days, and what had happened on the few days before them. So I still think there's a live Bowden issue there.
I don't quite understand what you think a review of these texts do differently. The basic Bowden contention that they had access to some information that may, at least in your theory, undercut the Commonwealth's theory of a motive on Miss Church's part, I gather. But what you think the police should have done differently if they were fully comprehending your interpretation of these texts is what? What should they have done?
Well, number one, they could have presented them to the grand jury. Number two, they could have...
But presenting to the grand jury for what purpose? Again, I told you we haven't gotten back to this issue, but I don't see litigating before this jury the grand jury presentation. We're not, this isn't an Odell motion, so they're not going to be hearing claims that the grand jury was misled or was given incomplete information. The indictment stands as a charge, and we're not relitigating the indictment process here. So what, in terms of investigation, do you believe should have been done that these texts would have led the police to do?
Well, first of all, I think the stronger argument is under the state of mind. Okay. Second of all, under a Bowden or a bias issue, which I think are similar in this case. Okay. But in particular, there's a bias issue that what the police did is they didn't look at any other alternatives. They zeroed in on Judy. So they did the interviews, the interview with her on the sidewalk. They did the interviews with the Fowler side of the witnesses, the 4 witnesses at Mr. Eaton's house. Right. 2 days later, they interviewed Barbara Randall, and that was it for interviews. They didn't do anything else after that. In terms of investigating which way the case could have gone, Leroy Fowler's phone at that time had not been opened. They had it. They would have seen all this information because this was what was on it from Judy's phone. They also had access to Leroy's phone, all the text messages that they got because they got Barbara Randall's phone was presented right after her November 16th interview. And if they opened that and they saw it, they would have seen all of the abuse and emotional abuse and physical abuse that was documented on that phone. And I think they should have taken that all into consideration in bringing the charges against Judy Church, but they didn't. So I do think they had developed, all along, it's been our theory that they jumped to the conclusion that Judy must have done it right away, partially based on some Google searches that Trooper Williams did. The lab work wasn't back at that time. At the time they were arresting her, forget the grand jury, the time they arrest her, the laboratory work from NMS isn't even back. So we know at that time, I believe they had evidence at that time that Judy Church was arrested that he had died from ethylene glycol poisoning. They had a phone conversation with the medical examiner is what I think. I don't think they had an autopsy report at that time. They had seized these two items from her home, one being Powerade, one being the Rain-X, okay? At that time, they thought, oh, we've got it. 1 + 1 = 2, there it is. But they hadn't even done the laboratory testing, so there was not even a laboratory test yet that said that even the Powerade contained ethylene glycol, right? And they had the Rain-X, but they hadn't, it says it contains a bittering agent, but they had done nothing with that. And then most importantly, at that point, what they also hadn't learned is that the Rain-X, which was originally thought to be the likely source of the poisoning, is scientifically excluded as the source because there's such a small amount of ethylene glycol by percentage in the Rain-X and such a large amount by percentage in the fluid from the Powerade that it can't be from each other. And yet, they didn't pause 1 second and consider anything else.
So, yeah, I understand the argument is, generally speaking, you contend that there was a rush to judgment on imperfect and incomplete information, and that's something you're going to be permitted to pursue. I have no doubt you're going to be asking about, the NMS testing and why no test for bittering agent and all those sorts of things. But what I'm focused on right now is whether these texts after Mr. Fowler goes off to the hospital should come in. I'm going to go back and look at these, each of these. I will tell you, though, that I start with a disinclination because these texts are being sent by Ms. Church after Mr. Fowler has gone off to the hospital with what we ultimately know or come to know was lethal ethylene glycol poisoning. It's like somebody, a defendant, just deciding in the midst of the events leading up to an arrest to take out a recorder and start putting down all their thoughts and then say, I want the jury to hear these things. That's what this is like to me. Mr. Fowler's gone off to the hospital. He's in dire straits. We've seen what he looked like on those videos that Ms. Church took. And she's taking this time to put all these things down in these texts that she knows he's not going to be responding to. And many of them would strike an objective observer as self-serving statements by her. And so I have a disinclination to say, oh, these come in as valid state of mind statements by Ms. Church. I'm going to look them over, and we can have a more focused discussion once I've had an opportunity to do that. And so we'll table that discussion until then. I remind you, Mr. Scully, of what I'm sure you already know, but Mr. Camilio made reference to this way back when we started discussing Bowdoin, but there is pretty broad leeway given in Bowdoin rebuttal. And so when you're asking questions of Trooper Williams, why not this, why not that, why he's going to be permitted to give his his explanation for why the focus was on Miss Church and not on other people, including who had access to the Powerade bottle and all these other things.
Right, I recognize that, but the Bowden in this case is very specific too. We're not challenging specifically under Bowden grounds what happened, and basically until they have all the evidence that they've seized, the phone seized, all the evidence from the search warrant seized, right? Now the Bowden defense is what do they do with the lab? It's all laboratory stuff, right? The rush to judgment is a bias issue, not a specifically Bowden issue. So when we're talking about your interview with 4 people and maybe rushing to judgment, that's not necessarily Bowden. So what did they not do? What would they have done differently, now that they know we're challenging the lab stuff?
What is a bias issue? I know what bias is when there's a claim that a particular witness is biased such that the jury shouldn't credit what the witness is saying. But you're talking more generally speaking of sort of generally an overarching antecedent bias against Ms. Church. But ultimately, this case rises or falls on the evidence that's presented in this courtroom. So what's the bias issue you're talking about?
Well, it strikes me that that interview on November 14th with the family members at William Eaton's house, that those people got together and decided to tell police what they thought that might connect Judy Church to this case. And essentially what the police did is try to solve the whole case in one meeting. That's it. That's basically there it is. We got the whole answer right here. They interviewed Barbara Randall after that, and John Haywood pops up out of the blue 2 years later. So he's not really part of the investigation. He just pops up in the middle of the litigation, I think after the motion to dismiss case was heard. And there was some media on it, but setting him aside. So I think that's the bias. It's not racial bias. It's not necessarily gender bias, although you wonder. It's that, they wanted to resolve this case quickly without necessarily doing any more work. And I think that's the bias that developed, the law enforcement bias.
Well, you calling it bias, I think that is a form of Bowden. It's still a claim that it was a rush to justice with an incomplete and imperfect investigation for various reasons that you wish to highlight for the jury, and you're permitted to do so. Anyway, I don't think we need to belabor that.
Yeah, right. What I really don't think we're opening the door to, is anything that was excluded in terms of when she lawfully said, I don't want to let you search my house. No, you are not opening the door. Someone standing on their constitutional rights, that door doesn't really get opened. So what I'm talking about is if the questions is asked, a trooper's generally permitted to respond why they thought that the evidence was strongly leading them in one direction. In this case, it may be whatever Trooper Williams may choose to say, but I would imagine the fact that Mr. Fowler's living with Miss Church, there's a bottle found in the recycling that has this liquid that ultimately they think is the murder substance. Nobody else is there. She's the one who has access to it. All those sorts of things. Those are generally fair rebuttal to a contention that they should have been looking elsewhere, doing other things. Fair enough. We're on notice. I don't know where the Commonwealth's going to go, but my biggest
I don't either.
constitutional issue.
No, I don't. Who's handling Trooper Williams?
I am.
Yeah, we're not talking about any belief on your part the door's been open to say Miss Church wouldn't let you search her house without a warrant, would she?
I can't imagine that door being opened.
Nor can I.
But I mean, I guess if it is, we'll come to sidebar first. But I do expect just about everything else that has been sort of discussed in motions in limine and things that I obviously chose not to put in because it is, it might have been hearsay or whatever. That stuff is all fair game on Bowden. And I do expect all of those statements that are attributed to Ms. Church by various witnesses or attributed to Mr. Fowler, by various witnesses about what Ms. Church said. I do expect all of that to be Bowden-related rebuttal. So I made that pretty clear in the motions in limine last week, and I think the court is fully aware of that. So I do expect that as far as I'm concerned at this point, the Bowden door has been kicked as wide open as possible based on the opening and the cross-examinations of various witnesses here, both in terms of what the police knew prior to Mr. Fowler's death or what they did at the lab after. This is the entire defense has been Bowden and
right.
with hints of third-party culprit. So I'm not looking to put in anything that is a constitutional right for Ms. Church. I'm not, I don't expect to say, oh, you had a lawyer, and you stopped talking. Obviously I'm not doing that, but everything else is fair game.
All right. Last thing, Mr. Camilio, just before I recess and take a look at those texts that came after Mr. Fowler went off to the hospital, is there anything you want me to think about in reading those texts?
Well, yeah, the court made a point the other day that, we used to have a state of mind exception that basically swallowed all the other hearsay exceptions, and that's no longer the case. And this is classic denial by the defendant, which the SJC has told us is not admissible. This is a statement from the defendant, I did not commit the crime, right? I mean, that's the summary of what these 25 or 30 text messages are. And to allow a defendant to, as you said, either write it all down or do a taped deposition or a taped statement where they explain all the reasons why they're not guilty. I mean, if they want to put that stuff in, they should got to testify.
Well, I think you're conflating two separate things a little bit in terms of what the SJC says. When they talk about exculpatory denials being inadmissible, first of all, I'll say it, I've said it umpteen times, I don't understand why the SJC says that. In the context of an interview, it seems, and defense usually don't stand on that particular objection. Context of an interview where there may be incriminating statements, generally speaking, I think it's appropriate for the jury to hear the denials as well to understand the full tenor. But what I was making reference to the other day is the fact that the SJC has made clear that the state of mind exception does not apply where you have to believe the truth of the matter asserted in the statement in order for it to have relevance to the declarant state of mind.
I do think that is exactly what
And that may indeed be what's going on here. And so when that's the case, the state of mind exception does not apply because it's essentially not a hearsay exception. It's the truth of the matter. So I will be. That's why I want to go back and look at the text.
The one other issue that we really do need to deal with today, and we can't do in the morning,
Oh,
is
okay.
the interview of Mr. Fowler, Ms. Church.
Oh, you need to make the redactions. Okay.
And there are two that we are sort of in dispute on. One, there is some discussion. Trooper Williams or Detective Ernie asks Ms. Church if she would take a polygraph. There's some discussion back and forth about that. She eventually says yes, but not today. A week later, we get a letter from a lawyer saying, don't talk to my client. So, there's no chance of doing a polygraph. I think getting into any of the polygraph is going to get into the reason why it didn't happen is because we got this letter from a lawyer that said, don't talk to my client. I think that's just not worth getting into. I don't see any relevance to the polygraph where she says, yes, I'll do it, but not today. It just seems like a nightmare to litigate that whole thing. I asked that the court take that out of the statement.
I don't have a copy of the statement.
I can give.
I
thought you did. I apologize, Judge.
I have a transcript of the statement.
I thought you had been given one, but it might have been only interview number one.
The only thing I got was a marked up interview 1. I never got a marked up interview 2, to my knowledge.
Right, we have C for ID, which was.
Is that number 1?
I don't think that's it.
This is Tammy Carbone.
Sorry.
I'll provide it.
Thank you.
And Judge, the other issue.
Sure. Can we keep this, Mr. Camilio?
Yeah, I'll print another copy.
All right.
Thank you. This will be.
And then and so that takes place on page. Actually, it's that time, right?
There were agreements that we had that were already taken out. I can provide the court the highlighted portion that I flagged yesterday of the two things that I thought we had missed that should come out. I think those are the things that are in dispute. I believe this is an agreement for the first part.
I'm sorry, I was looking at this transcript on the interview, so I'm.
So, Judge, it's starts at 1:17:52. It's towards the end, obviously.
11752.
Yep.
Is this one of the ones you're talking about, Ms. Strasnick?
This is, it's one of the two that we're, I guess, not in agreement about, Judge.
This is the statement, I did not do it.
No, this is the, would you do a polygraph?
Oh, would you do the polygraph?
At 1 hour, 17 minutes and 52 seconds?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay, now I see it. Would you do a polygraph so we could just clear you and move on to the next person? Okay, and she says yes, but of course my heart is like being yes, but yes, absolutely nothing to hide. Okay.
And then she goes on to say, I don't want to do it right now. Please don't. That's at 1:18:31.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so what, you are proposing redaction of what, Mr. Camilio?
I'm proposing redaction starting at, would you do a polygraph, up until Ms. Church says, I don't want to do it right now, please don't.
Okay,
Which seems to convert her, yes, I'll do it, into a no, I won't. And then obviously, as I told the court, we got a letter from her lawyer at the time saying, don't talk to my client, so no more polygraph.
Okay, all right, that's one of the two, and what's the other one?
The other one is right at the end, Judge, and it is at, it's at 134:05 to 134:27 in that box, and it's at the end. She says, I did not kill that man. I think I need a lawyer. This is starting to get ridiculous to me, and I think that I did not kill that man should come out because I think it's made in the context of I think I need a lawyer, and I don't think it's fair to leave the denial in without the full statement, which is I think I need a lawyer.
Why does I did not kill that man? Why do you think that's linked to I think I need a lawyer?
Well, I just think because she stops and she says we're happy, laughing, and no, I don't, and then she says I did not kill that man. I think I need a lawyer. I don't know how to read that without those two things being part of the same thought process of Ms. Church.
So you're proposing just a redaction of, well, right now, aside from I did not kill that man, you've agreed, by agreement, I think I need a lawyer is being redacted?
Right, and pretty much everything that falls after that is a discussion about the lawyer. So
so the agreed redaction, starting with I think I need a lawyer, goes down to what?
To the end. Yeah, I think it goes all the way to the end.
Is that it?
There's one block at 1:36:17 where Trooper Williams says I'm going to end says the time, says I'm going to end the interview right now.
So it's the only thing the jury hears after that is I'm going to end the interview?
Yeah, he says the time is now 5:36. I'm going to end the interview. Okay, I have my card here, which I didn't have the other day. He gives her his phone extension.
Okay.
Says they'll give her a ride back to her house.
Okay, so by agreement, there'd be a redaction from I think I need a lawyer at 1:34:27 all the way down to when Trooper Williams says the time is now 5:36. Okay.
And everything that follows after that from 1:36:51 to the end is also coming out.
Okay, all right, so the second dispute is about whether or not a single line gets redacted, which is I did not kill that man.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Has she not said that before during the course of the interview?
I don't know that she says it in exactly those words, but yes, she asserts her innocence at other parts of the interview.
Okay, I'm not going to require redaction of that. I don't see the reason for it. With respect to the first redaction, I don't see the reason why the jury should be hearing about the polygraph. They go back and forth. The polygraph ultimately wasn't done. The lawyer got involved. Polygraphs are not admissible. I know that that doesn't mean that statements about them might not be, but I don't see why that should be in there, given that she said yes, and she said, I don't want to do it right now, and then ultimately, with a lawyer involved, she didn't do it. So I would agree to that redaction. So those are rulings I make.
And just note our objection on the polygraph, Judge.
Yeah.
I agree, it kind of cuts both ways, that she said she would do it and then sort of backed off a little bit. We viewed it as the police were basically misleading her with an offer, like daring her, trying to get her to make an admission. I think they did something similar when they suggested her fingerprints were found on antifreeze at her house earlier in the interview, and she's like, at least that's my memory, that they found antifreeze. They didn't find antifreeze. And my memory is that they said something about her fingerprints being on them. And so there was a little bit of this, sort of enticing her to see if she would admit that she did something wrong, which she adamantly denies the whole time. So we saw it as coming in on that. Just note my objection on that.
I do. All right. Anything further? Mr. Camillo, you look absolutely shocked and dismayed that I've made that ruling.
I guess I apologize for my lack of a poker face, Judge. I just don't understand how a denial, it's just a straight denial by the defendant that doesn't provide any context to the rest of the interview. And so I guess I'll have to go back and look at the law, but my understanding of straight denials by the defendant that don't shed any light on any other portion of the interview are not, I don't have to admit it, right?
Well, you're right, and I guess I wasn't thinking about this in terms of the doctrine of completeness, because and I don't know how much has been taken out, but where you're putting in, a substantial interview, I have to believe that there's all kinds of things that are in here that are not just the cherry-picked statements that the Commonwealth has chosen to put in, and anything that may be necessary to explain those particular statements, which the Commonwealth has a right to do. Right. They could put in a statement on page 1. They could put in a statement on page 10. Exactly. But where that's one of the reasons why I ask is she making professions of innocence elsewhere?
I mean, like I said, she never comes right out and says, "I did not kill him." She does not. She never admits to having done anything, and she doesn't admit to having, killed him. Obviously, she makes no admissions. Otherwise, I'd be putting those in specifically or highlighting those specifically. But I guess my feeling and my understanding of the law is the Commonwealth can put in whatever portion of the statement it wants to. The defendant can only put in statements of the defendant that are subject to the rule of completeness. That statement, in my view, is not subject to the rule of completeness. So
You're right. You're right. It's not necessary. I'm looking at what's immediately coming before it, which is some discussions about how is she coping with him leaving and going to Barbara's, and then she says she gets upset. I don't do anything about it. He comes home and he has little ways of making it up, and we're happy and laughing and no. And then she adds, "I did not kill that man." So basically, what you're telling me is you're offering the first part of that, and that the I did not kill that man is not explaining anything about what she's just said that you are offering.
Correct.
All right. So now we're focused more on the doctrine of completeness and what the Commonwealth is choosing to put in. It's just choosing to put in a lot of this, but Mr. Scully, why is that not correct? That statement doesn't shed any light on the statement right before it that the Commonwealth is choosing to put in.
I think it does in context, that what Judy Church has been faced with is a series of accusations and an unfolding amount of evidence that they're disclosing to her, some of which is not true, including that they found antifreeze at her house. And then they spring these notebooks, which they've just recovered in the search, on her, and her response to this cumulative interview is to say, I did not kill that man. And it's the first time she says so specifically, because it's the first time after all of these suggestions that she has done something wrong and that the investigation is focusing on her and that evidence is building against her. This is her response to that. It's not to just one sentence before it. It's to everything that came before. There was also the sidewalk interview in the background. But really, the building momentum here of the police interview into an accusation. And I think it's unfair because that's how it reads when you see it. And she would be expected to make a response at this point.
Well,
And she says, "I did not kill this man." That's
well,
her response.
that's not an expected response to anything that's under discussion right then and there, and it doesn't shed light on anything that I see is immediately before it. I don't have the benefit of simply saying, "Let me go through all this again, and I'll finalize my decision," because the thing has to be edited so it's ready to go first thing tomorrow morning. I understand your argument, Mr. Scully, and I know that I'm reversing myself here, but that's why I always try to be open-minded about such things. But I don't see that statement as shedding any particular light on anything that's said right before it. And if she makes no overt admissions to anything, I take it, in this interview, Mr. Camilio?
No, Judge, she does not.
So it's not like it's needed to understand that she may have said, "I did something," and then she's taking it back. She's made no admissions to anything in particular, so it's really just a freestanding assertion of innocence, which doesn't really shed light on anything else. So, no, I think on further reflection that the Commonwealth's not required to put it in, and I don't think that statement is necessary for the jury to fairly consider the statements that are being put in. So that too may be redacted. That's it for today.
Thank you for that.
I do.
One more thing to add, if I could, Judge.
Okay.
Sorry to everybody. As a court, so note our objection to court's rulings. As the court's going back to consider now the potential admissibility of the ongoing text messages that Judy sent to Leroy when he was at the hospital, one other thing that I just want to put on the court's radar screen is that in assessing her state of mind, take a look at her text messages that she had been sending all that evening and that Leroy had been sending to her. Because what it shows is that Leroy had excellent dexterity and a focused chain of thought process all night long. Okay, we know on Thursday he was good because William Meaton saw him and talked to him. And then all night long, he's texting her, he's sending her links, he's proposing scenario. There's a lot of dexterity involved with that. Clarity of thought and dexterity, hand-eye coordination, all being sent to Judy, which goes to her belief that he's going to be okay, which is what she's basically under the impression of when she is cut off from being in the medical care, which goes against the idea, I would submit, that these are self-serving statements and show that they are, true state of mind exception statements.
Well, anybody who observed what Ms. Church observed firsthand and videotaped and was shown to the jury would understand that Mr. Fowler was in pretty dire straits when he went off to the hospital. Something was grievously wrong. So he may have been dexterous in his texting up to 5:24 in the morning, but by 8 a.m., he was in serious and dire medical condition. So that was the reality at the time of those texts. But I'll read over the texts and we'll have that discussion. We'll be in recess till tomorrow.
All rise.